have to get the whole thing.
Yeah.
They could not. But yeah, the video was available, and I would love to attend it because I think in person is much better, especially with the team.
Yeah.
But then the other meeting I knew was going to be too.
That
It was a choice. All these meetings are on Monday.
Yeah, I know. I know. The Park District on Monday. You know.
All my towns, it seems like Monday.
Grange Park District on Monday.
Yep.
You know.
They want to get their business done at the beginning of the week. I think maybe it's because they can get their board members in time over the weekend to do all that stuff.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Suppose that's it.
That's what they did. That's one wall. I know exactly which one it is. That's like so.
It is 7 o'clock, and I see the computer seems to be working. All's being in order. We have a roll call.
Egan. Here. Offenberg.
Here.
Mosher. Here. O'Connor.
Here.
Schwartz.
Here.
Bunting.
Here.
And Case.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. I trust all of you have read the minutes and have submitted corrections or have corrections right now.
I move we accept the minutes as submitted.
Second. Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Are approved. Okay. Tonight we have two cases. The first case is 286, text amendments pertaining to public housing procedures and the approval limitations for plan developments. Staff, could we have a presentation? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the first case before us is PC Case 286. The applicant is Jonathan Robinson, and the case is about text amendments pertaining to public hearing procedures and approval limitations for planned developments. So a little bit of background. The applicant has petitioned the village for text amendments to add provisions to zoning code sections 14-401, 14-101, 14-103, and 14-509. The amendments would add procedural requirements for Plan Commission hearings, both broadly and specifically for planned development applications, as well as limitations on approvals for planned developments. So, as we just mentioned, the applicant has submitted four text amendments to three different sections of the zoning code. Laid out here are general functions and responsibilities of each section. As you can see, the sections are mainly procedural in nature. And as the text amendments broadly pertain to plan developments, I wanted to just run through the focus of a plan development. So through the flexibility of a plan development, the village seeks to encourage flexibility in the development of land, create an appreciable, more desirable environment than would be possible through strict application of the code, promote creative architectural and site designs, promote quality, useful open space and recreational opportunities, to promote environmentally sound practices, facilitate development in harmony with the comprehensive plan, and promote public health, safety, and welfare. Before going forward, I'd like to highlight a request made by the applicant. The applicant has requested that each of the four proposed amendments be individually considered and voted on separately by the Planning Commission. The first proposed text amendment would be to 14-103. It would add an additional provision F, related to the recording and broadcast equipment. When any plan commission meeting involves a public hearing, the full meeting shall be recorded and broadcast live in both video and audio. The video and audio recording should be archived and made readily available on the village website for a period of 10 years after the date of the hearing. The second requested amendment to 14-101 would add provision J, a mandatory meeting with neighborhood. A prospective applicant, prior to submitting a formal application for plan development, must meet with the immediate neighborhood near the proposed site. The prospective applicant must provide written notice to all taxpayers of record and business within 300 feet of the subject property at least 15 calendar days prior to the scheduled meeting. The notice must contain a description of the proposed project, meeting, place, time, date, contact information of the prospective applicant. This notice must be sent through regular mail by the prospective applicant. The prospective applicant must submit the list of attendees and the list of taxpayers and business owners who are sent notice of the neighborhood meeting. An affidavit of such notification must accompany the aforementioned list of property owners. Notice of the neighborhood meeting must accompany the aforementioned list of property owners. Notice of the neighborhood meeting must also be noticed in an applicable newspaper. Adequate meeting minutes must be created and filed with the village to be included in the applicable agenda for the Plan Commission. The third requested amendment would add a limitation to, or another provision to 14-509D. So this provision, in granting any plan development approval pursuant to this section, the Board of Trustees shall in no event allow a plan development with more than 3 stories or 45 feet of height directly adjoining a property that at the time of submitting the plan development application is a single-family detached dwelling unless a 40-foot wide landscape buffer with no building or paving improvements and with a minimum of 2 rows of trees is proposed. The fourth and final proposed text amendment would add a provision directly following that. So 14-509D7, in granting any plan development approval pursuant to this section, the Board of Trustees shall in no event allow a plan development to modify any code provision that in any way adversely affects a directly adjoining property at the time of submitting the plan development application is a single-family detached dwelling. And in discussion with the applicant, in this context, adjoining means it shares a common property line as opposed to across a right-of-way such as an alley or a street. So in doing research for this, village staff researched, as we do with text amendments, how neighboring and comparison communities have their procedures. So this table reflects that none of the communities' code requires broadcast of Plan Commission meetings, but 2 communities, Brookfield and Geneva, do so without an ordinance requirement. Only one of the surveyed communities, Elmhurst, requires a neighborhood meeting. In communications with other village staff, Countryside does not require a neighborhood meeting, but they've indicated that previously they've had a developer come before the Plan Commission, present a concept plan so they could receive comment and decide if they want to move forward before submitting a final application. And Grange Park stated that they strongly encourage but do not require neighborhood meetings. In doing our research, we also looked at plan development regulations in comparison communities. Different municipalities place different limits on plan developments. Some codes place no limits on the board's authority to modify regulations through plan development, except life safety requirements. Summarizing our peers and neighbors, LaGrange Park, Elmhurst, and Wilmette do not limit the extent to which the board may modify the code in a plan development. Brookfield, Countryside, Western Springs, Geneva, and Glen Ellen do provide limits depending on the context. So Brookfield allows plan developments in all districts, but they only limit within their open space district. And then Glen Ellen places different limitations depending on the use of the PD. So if you look at the table, you can see they differentiate between residential and non-residential plan developments. This table, taken from a previous Plan Commission case, highlights the limitations on authority to modify requirements through a plan development here in LaGrange. So the authority to modify regulations through a PD vary by code requirement, by zoning district, by uses within zoning district, and by location within zoning district. Currently, there are no limitations based on the use of a neighboring property. Previously approved plan developments compared to proposed regulations. So village staff looked at plan developments that have been approved within roughly the last 25 years to find plan developments that pertain to the proposed requirements. So we looked at plan developments that shared a property line with a single family resident. The table reflects only plan developments sharing a common lot line to a single family home, although a small sample size, three previously approved plan developments would not have complied with the proposed amendments due to a lack of a 40-foot landscape buffer with no building or paving improvements. Two would not have been subject to the requirement based on building height, and these are a mix of residential and institutional uses. So the top two are residential. 9601 Ogden is Betts Plus, 10 West Cossett is the LaGrange Library, and 5101 South Willow Springs Road is LaGrange Hospital, just to put a name to an address. So speaking of text amendments generally, they are not specific to a property or proposed development. They are a legislative decision within the discretion of the Plan Commission and Village Board. And per code, they're not dictated by strict application of a set of standards, but they're guided by consistency with the zoning code and the community need for the proposed developments. So, as a matter of policy, staff does not make formal recommendations in support or against Plan Commission requests such as plan development, special uses, design review permits, site plans, etc., but does make recommendations for text amendments as they are a legislative action. Staff does not recommend approval of the amendments as presented. None of the four amendments are common among peer and neighboring communities. While pre-application neighbor meetings and video of commission meetings can contribute positively to public engagement, communities of LaGrange's size do not commonly require such measures in their zoning codes, presumably due to similar administrative and budgetary considerations as reflected in the staff report. Additionally, the proposed standards for these processes are incongruent with the current code requirements for public hearings and village meeting broadcasts. As noted previously, staff finds that the current zoning code provisions related to board discretion and plan developments differ across districts and uses, and the village would be served better by more uniform standards. The proposed amendments would introduce more diversity. Additionally, we note potential equity concerns with the proposed amendments related standards for plan developments as they create disparate treatment for single-family detached homes versus all other housing types. And these are how the proposed text amendments would look in the body of the code. So this is the first amendment relating to videotaping meetings. This is how the mandatory meeting with neighborhood would look. And then these are the two final amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Commissioners, questions for staff at this point?
Oh, there it goes. A lot of this, thank you very much for the summary, it's very nice. Could you just briefly summarize from, because a lot of this gets to transparency and making sure the public is aware. What is the first time like a neighbor could be made aware of a planned development, through like a notice or a mailing, or so the first until it's actually adopted by the village board, like what steps along the way And then how much time is involved in that process?
So, state law dictates that a notice must be sent in the mail, postmarked in the mail, no more than 30 days and no less than 15 days. And then it's similar requirements for the newspaper.
Right.
And that's preceding the plan commission hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, so then it goes to
There's
a, right, so
sign
that's
up.
before a plan commission meeting. Then there's a plan commission meeting, and nothing gets enacted. But then, then there's, how much time typically is there between the plan commission decision and then the village board of trustees? I'm just trying, like the first time a neighbor in the community could be made aware of a plan development to the time that it actually gets adopted by the village board, how much time generally is there between those two dates?
Sure, I can take that. So the notices go out, like Kevin said, no less than 15 days prior to the public hearing. There's also a sign that's posted on the property in advance of the public hearing in those same time frames. And the agenda packet is posted on the village website no later than the Friday preceding the Plan Commission meeting. Then the Plan Commission has its hearing. This is where the timeline can vary a lot depending on the details of the project. The Plan Commission has its hearing. That may be concluded in one night. It may be continued to a month down the road or even 2 months down the road, depending on the extent of changes needed. Then the applicant comes back and revises their plans based on whatever the outcome of the Plan Commission meeting might be. It's rare that a project comes out of Plan Commission without some conditions or recommendations for revisions prior to village board consideration. So then that process could take 2 to 3 months, even longer, depending on how many revisions are required and the time frame for the applicant to complete those, and the preparation of the necessary ordinances for village board consideration. So overall, if I were to ballpark on average from my experience, a plan development application from, let's say, 30 days prior to the public hearing until village board approval, probably roughly in the 6-month range, maybe less.
I may add a couple things. So one thing is, so those time frames, particularly with the notices, are really, depending on which, with zoning, there's some rules that are set forth in state law, particularly the 1530, and part of it is also what's in our code, which is common across almost every single municipality in Illinois. All of that said, it is common as well, particularly on a planned development, that particularly adjoining properties, but those in the neighborhood are well aware ahead of time, not because of notices, but because it is common practice, it is good practice, usually for an applicant to engage with the neighbors. And that is something the village encourages, prior to an application being filed. And applicants typically want to do that because they want to know that they have support of their neighbors or if there's issues that can be resolved. Now, some do that, some don't do that, but that is, but oftentimes, there are people who are well aware of it before they actually get the notice or see it in the paper.
Other questions? Mr. Winnick?
As I read it, and correct me if I'm wrong, the proposed amendment, number 1, 14103, public hearings and meetings, would apply to all public hearings held by the Plan Commission.
Correct.
It is not singled out for just planned development.
Yeah, so for example, it would pertain to tonight's meeting.
Correct. All right, thank you.
Questions? Mr. Hoffenberg?
Can you detail, because the charts that did the comparisons to other villages, really, it didn't talk about the required notices, which I just heard is more probably embedded in state law in terms of the timelines, but also who is required to be notified, like adjacent property owners, like the neighbors, is good practice. But are there any requirements right now that are an applicant that comes to the village do they have any requirements to notify adjacent property owners, not best practice, but actual requirements, either in the code, which I think the answer is no, but then under state law? And then the second question there is, are there any adjacent property or villages that we've looked at that have those requirements in them?
Prior to the public hearing, our code requires a notice to be mailed to all of the property owners within 250 feet of the subject property.
And that is
Is that the 15-30?
No less than 15, no more than 30. And that's a fairly common standard in zoning codes in Illinois.
Okay, any more questions for staff? If none, great. Well, let's continue on. I believe the next phase would to have the applicant come forward. And while he's coming up, I need to swear in anyone who's going to talk in today's meeting. So, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, you have asked us to vote on each different text amendment separately.
Yes, please.
Sounds good. Is it possible that your presentation can be broken in those 4 parts too?
Yeah, I will try to stop after each one so that we can actually ask questions and keep them as separate as possible so that we don't have any confusion and so we can
Sounds
be as
good.
fresh
Great.
as possible.
Floor is yours.
Basically, I'm here to talk about how this village needs or should move forward with this plan development process.
Can you speak maybe a little bit more?
I'm here to talk about how this village needs or should or could move forward with plan developments. I've obviously recently been through a very lengthy process with this last plan development, and basically my attitude at one point was, if this is legal, it should not be. And basically when I had to come to the November 18th meeting to bring some of my concerns to the public, I realized that it's not that hard to stand up here and request that the law be changed. And so that's why I'm here. I happen to have the technical abilities, the knowledge to read and understand the code, and I have the ability and time and what I needed to do to come, what I think is help the community move forward in a reasonable and appropriate way. This is not about me. This is not about 112 Burlington. That's done. What happened, happened. This is about how we move forward and how we make it better for the next person in my shoes. It was a miserable, horrible, crazy experience to be on this side of. I would not wish what I experienced on my worst enemy. What I'm attempting to do is get some ideas of some lessons learned so that we can move forward with a better path. This plan commission was set up for failure by the village staff, not properly understanding or executing required technical processes. I do not blame this plan commission for what happened to me. The failure that I see it as is the village staff not properly continuing and utilizing the process and not putting this plan commission in a reasonable place to execute their responsibility. The technical process is what failed me over and over and over again. The Village of Grange does not regularly perform plan developments. This is not what we do. Previous to this one, there would be one in the last 4 or 5 years. What have you done once in the last 5 years that you're great at? It's okay to not be perfect. It's okay to hire these things out to get them done right. The plan development process is a process that can take rights away from a property owner. It did to me. Every detail needs to be done correctly to do that right. And every error that's made is compounded. Every error that's made is hard to come back from. We had never been through this process. It doesn't happen. No one, built a 5-story building on the left side of my house. I didn't volunteer to be here. I was drafted to come in based on what somebody decided to do next to my property. I had no ability to say no. I had no ability to do anything. The process is difficult. Every step of it has been very, very difficult. A single family property owner has limited time, resources, and technical abilities to navigate this process. They are the least person in this village that should ever have to deal with this, especially aggressively. There's no time to deal with it. There is no way to deal with it. I don't have the resources to hire people to help me understand it. I don't have time to write hundreds of emails to understand what's going on. And I happen to have some of the technical abilities to understand what happened and what went wrong. But the average person, if this were my mother, she would have got run over. She would have got denigrated to crud a long time ago. At the heart of what I'm doing is for the next person in my shoes. Unfortunately, I met the last man that this happened to at 40 South Ashland. And it was an eye-opening conversation and very, very, very repetitive of what I've dealt with. This is our attempt to turn our negative experience into something positive to help the next people that must go through this process. There are going to be people that have to go through this process. There is going to be people in front of you that are doing what I had to do. It is not pleasant. It is not fun. This is our attempt to stop bringing concerns about this process and come forward with proposed solutions to make it better. I've thought a lot about the provisions you're about to look at. They're not just crap. They're not just something I threw out to stand here and talk to you. They're legitimate things I think need to happen in this village to make it right. As I said, 40 South Ashland is the only other building besides the 112 building that in this village somebody has encroached into the setbacks toward a single family residence, and to that extent to any residence. We don't do that. It is not standard to put your large building into the setback space to a single family home. I've talked to several architects, and it's, you don't go toward residence and you never go toward single family homes. You don't want to do that. For 40 South Ashland, my research based on the Plan Commission was that green space is the setback between the building. The blue is the 5-story portion of the building. Per my research, the Plan Commission said, or the staff report said that it was supposed to be 20 feet from that house to that building. And they said they met that 20 feet because they were 21 feet at 0.72 or something off of it. And so what I saw on the Plan Commission was that there was no argument. And so when I said at a lot of these other meetings that no one has ever proposed to the plan development to break those setbacks, I say that because I don't think per my research they actually asked. And the biggest issue with that is the first problem is the 20 feet is the 10% for the lot width. They did not add the additional that the code requires for every 2 feet above 35 feet. It needs to go another foot back. There should have been another 15 feet of buffer, and the village made that mistake in the staff report, it looks like, and it was never corrected. The last thing is, in the Plan Commission, every document, that back portion is one-story garages. And those one-story garages all have roof decks on them, so they're very offensive. Those were in line with the building and not in that setback, even the one they talked about. Somewhere between the Plan Commission and the trustees, they moved it. It looks like somebody has meters, electric meters and water meters on that far side, and they needed to put them on the back of the building. So they slid those over. And so nobody asked for that reduction, and it's 13 feet. So they reduced the 20 feet down to 7. And so looking at those documents and understanding those, I had thought that perhaps the situation had failed and perhaps it had gone under the radar. When I talked to the individual that actually lives at that house last night, he informed me that he was 100% aware of every single one of those things, and that he knew every single one of those things was wrong at the time. And he brought those things up to this village, and this village did not respond to him. And unfortunately, as I was talking about with a single-family homeowner, we have limited resources, we have limited time. Unfortunately, at the time, that family did not have the resources and did not have the time to move forward with a lawsuit. And so this stayed because they didn't have the ability to stop it. And so we have broken the setbacks to a single-family home, and this is the example. And I can't tell you how egregious, how horrible, and how wrong it was done on every level. There's still no amendment to say that they can break that setback. And so this is the history of the process that we've done here. He said the last 25 years we've done 5 projects. We're not good at this. We have errors. It's very possible, it's very reasonable. The last thing Joe told me is that he felt it took him 8 years to feel like he got over this. 8 years to get over what happened. That's what this process is doing to people, or has the potential to do to people. It has to be done right. When the gravity is this high, when you are dealing with people's literal day-to-day lives and how they function, and we are taking rights of their properties away by building these big buildings next to their single-family homes that they just want to enjoy, this is a big deal. This is not small. This is not insignificant. This started out when we attempted to get the drawings. We called the day or two after we got the notice, and we were told that we couldn't have the drawings till 48 hours before the meeting. Why did you give me notice if you weren't going to give me anything to look at? And so, being a structural engineer, knowing what it was, I literally went into the code. I literally pulled out the provision that said what's right is that it needs to be available at the time of notice. And so as soon as the newspaper notice was done, it should have been sitting in the office waiting for everyone. Not only wasn't that the case, I got told I couldn't have it. Well, I brought that to everyone's attention. From that point forward, I was labeled as the biggest problem to this project. I was shut out of every discussion, and I was treated as if I was the worst thing in the world. The village has refused to have conversations with us from that point forward. The only conversations I've had are 3 not very polite calls from the village attorney. They were not pleasant. He was sent to make me be quiet, to attempt to silence me, to attempt from a point of authority to make me be quiet. I got told that at that time, I think I had sent 5 to 6 emails that I was too bothersome, that I was too problematic for this village, and that was too much. This is happening to my house. All I want are the drawings so I can understand what's happening. I'm not doing anything an average person wouldn't have done, and I would be scared if my mother was there because she would have just quit. The village attorney did not care to hear what I had to say. I attempted to engage him because he was the only one that would engage me. His strategy was that he would cut me off and say, this is the kind of thing to bring to the hearing. I have recorded phone calls where he said that 13 times to me. So when I came to the hearing, I expected to be heard. When I came to that hearing and when I was restricted in time so severely, and someone's telling me I should have talked to the village, I am infuriated because the village has been telling me for a month that the only place I can do anything is the hearing. That's not right. That's not... I sent your village attorney 3 emails to say, I am the most affected person. Why am I so restricted? Why am I treated like every other member of the public? Why can't I? I was told by the attorney that he would talk to the plan commissioner. He would try to sort this out, and obviously nothing happened. And when I came to that hearing, not only was I restricted to 3 minutes, I was told I couldn't represent someone professionally as a second entity. When I tried to represent the condo across the way, I was told I can't pass time, even though the code actually says that anyone can speak in person. They can authorize a representative or they can be represented by an attorney. Authorizing an agent is simply handing over time. That's exactly what I asked to do, and that's in the code. And for whatever reason, that wasn't allowed to me because I believe the attorney was thinking of the other rules, the ones that got enacted later because of me, where it does restrict that, but our actual code didn't. Being limited to 3 minutes is ridiculous. The state's attorney guidance suggests that people within a certain distance of the project should be treated differently than the general public. We're the people that are actually affected. The people within 100 feet or 200 feet or whatever number you want to do are the people that have to live with this for the next 20 or 30 years. We're not just down on 47th Street and drive by this every now and again. This is our day-to-day life. This is what we do. And please understand, we are people. Joe and I are people. We didn't ask for this. We were drafted into this. We were given this situation by what somebody next door to us decided to do. We didn't ask for this. We weren't bothering anyone. Please give us respect when we're up here to speak. We're not here to be annoying. We're not here to be problematic. We're here to be heard. Please work with us. And also, please give us grace. We're people. We're humans. We don't say the right things. Yes, I slammed my clipboard. Yes, I walked away. Do you understand that 3 hours before that hearing, I had to talk to my vet to put my 8-year-old dog into a state of hospice? I was out of emotional bandwidth before I walked in that door. I can say that week there was something worse than someone building a huge building next to me. Please understand, everyone has something. Give us grace. Give us your time. Give us your attention. On to the proposals. Basically, I've created my 4 separate proposals. I had 4 separate petitions. You can see that the video recording gained 95 signatures. The neighborhood meeting gained 81. The prohibiting 4-story buildings from adjoining single-family homes got 210. And the no-code modifications toward residential properties got 98. These were only out about a week. We published them for the community about the 2nd. So they've only been out about 10 days. We haven't, been pounding the street or anything crazy. We put a few of them on Facebook. You can see the numbers. Basically, my understanding from some Google searches and whatnot for a local petition, for a local issue, 50 to 250 signatures is standard, and 50 is definitely reasonable. 50 signatures would also get you on the ballot here. That would be 5% of the voting population, which would be 10,000 times that 0.5%. So 50 is a very, very good number, and all of these numbers are well above that. And we point out that, for provision C, those are well above that. That is apparently an issue. I asked my sister why that one was so big, and she told me it's because it's the one that matters to people the most and gets people angry the most. And so understand what the public is saying about that provision C versus those others. And the other thing I will note is that, the comments I got back about provision V for the neighborhood meeting, we're disillusioned. This process hasn't taken care of us. And there were a lot of comments that's great, but that's not going to accomplish anything. Just because he has to talk to you one more time doesn't mean it's going to change anything. And so understand what that 81 means too. This is a formal public hearing. This process is a negotiation. We're not here to simply say yes or no. We're here to get input from all interested parties and try to find a path forward that makes every party as satisfied as reasonably possible. Please be open to listening to any and all perspectives. Please be flexible and open to thinking about how we can get from where we are to where we want to be. Not just in today's, but everywhere. The whole reason we have this hearing is to meet two sides. There's an applicant and there's the rest of us. Hear what we have to say and help us get somewhere closer, and help bring us the applicant somewhere closer as well. I attempted, as we had our misunderstanding in the last hearing, I would have expected in this process to also have a meeting, have discussions with village staff about what I was trying to accomplish and how we could align that with the current codes and their current directives. Please understand that never happened, even though I specifically requested that. So the first comments or any input I've heard from the staff is in that staff report. They would not, and I don't know if it's because of the 112 building, I don't know if it's standard policy, but they would not engage me on this. So please understand, you have a sheet of paper with my first revisions of potential potential negotiations or potential revisions to these already based on those comments. Back to what the plan development process is. When we bought this house, believe it or not, I pulled up the Grange zoning code because I knew that in the next 30 years that I wanted to live in that house, there was a good chance that building was going to be redeveloped. And so I actually read it so I could tell my wife, what could we expect to be built next to us? What would be reasonable? And basically, I read the code and it said 3-story building all day, every day, have fun, put it in, you're done. And I said, we can handle that. And then the next piece was if they wanted a bigger building. Well, they could only go up to 5 stories. And if you look at the the plan development process, it's a positive process. It's not a negative process. What we're actually supposed to be doing with the plan development process is figuring out what the community wants. We say 3-story buildings. This developer wants to build a 4th and or 5th story. The whole point of the plan development process is the negotiation about what are the compensating amenities to earn that right to exceed our code. And so the whole discussion, if this is done right, is about compensating amenities and what this village gets back on top of the code. Compensating amenity is defined as something beyond what's required for the code. We have 7 provisions in ours, and it's a more beautiful building, it's buffering and screening, it's all sorts of things. And so the discussion we're supposed to have in these situations is supposed to be a brilliant, do we want public art? Do we want a prettier building? What do we actually want? It's supposed to be a beautiful, wonderful process. In this process, the developer is supposed to be meeting all of the other code requirements. The question number 3 in the application is, do you meet all the code requirements of the zoning you're in? The simple answer is supposed to be yes. If you can't meet your setbacks, why are we going to give you additional height? Why are we going to do that? And so in this case, they were 9 provisions into the hole before they walked into the meeting. And so we couldn't talk about compensating amenities or what the neighbors or the neighborhood or anybody else wanted, because they're 9 feet in the ground with those 9 provisions. And so everyone in the community is talking about how, if they were talking about the building, we're talking about those 9 provisions. We're so far underground, we can't talk about the compensating amenities we did. The compensating amenities for that building were ridiculous. This village listed the pickleball court on top of the building as a compensating amenity. A compensating amenity is something that is for the village. A private piece that the public can't access can't be a compensating amenity. And they got away with murder by just listing the 3 crappiest things they could. That was one, the stormwater being 15% extra. And I don't even remember the 3rd one because it's so forgettable. And so the process completely failed because we didn't hold them to the code, let alone the above and beyond that a building is supposed to be in order to earn the 4th and 5th story in this building, in this village. And the other thing I learned when I dug into the code is why Grange is a suburban suburb. It is a suburban suburb because the code dictates it be. Every person that came here that talked about history and character and the feeling of this village learned from walking around what I learned from the code. We are a small, suburban, non-dense village because of that zoning code. And that is why people came here. That's why people want to be here, is that we are not Oak Park. We are not Elmhurst, and we are not headed in that direction. And I truly believe the community doesn't want to be headed in that direction. For Provision A and B were meant to be extremely simple, extremely straightforward, and something that no one could really argue with. I wanted to walk away with something, even if I couldn't walk away with my bigger goals. Those two were supposed to be the easiest two things that I could ever imagine, that there wouldn't be a person in the world that could be against video recording when we're standing in a room with video recording equipment. And we are in a state that's a sunshine state that cares about openness. The true origin of where that came from is I was talking to Trustee Augustine, and she mentioned that in the past, they haven't been allowed, the trustees can only be two together at a time. And so at the Plan Commission meetings, they literally all can't be here, or more than two of them. And so it was upsetting to me that the actual trustees can't hear the actual conversation as it comes. And that was I don't know why that upset me, but that bothered me. If they're not participating in our hearing where we can actually change something and they can actually see what we're trying to do, how can they be engaged? How can they work? And so that was one reason. And another reason is it has come up in the few meetings that I've been to. People have asked and requested for things to be recorded. The other route is simple government transparency and openness. That's what we live in. That's what we are. We're a democracy. What are we hiding here? Why can't we put this up? What don't we want the world to see? The other benefit is community engagement. There's a lot of people that could be sitting at home, that could be watching, that could be understanding, that could be doing something. And this small community has everything about community engagement and wanting feedback. It's modernization. I don't understand why we're not doing it. We paid $35,000 for the camera equipment. Why are we letting it sit here tonight? It allows more access to people that can't come in, people that are traveling, people that can't make this meeting but can see it recorded. Like I say, we're in the same room. Every trustee meeting, all the equipment's here. I don't understand why we can't move forward with the proposal. How it personally could have helped us, this video would allow someone doing this for the first time to understand what it looks like and how it works. I don't know what a Plan Commission meeting is. I don't know what a Plan Commissioner is. I don't know what we're looking at. It also could have helped us in our case that we could have seen the entire hearing previously proposed at the same address in 2019 and came in with the same background as some of the other members or members of the commission or members of the community. Broadcasting could also allow someone caring about a second hearing to be at home until the second hearing has begun. There's a lot of small advantages that those kind of things can make as well. Someone could watch from the comfort of their home and come when the comment period comes because we are so close. To the staff's counterpoints, I don't know what to do with the cost comment. I specifically emailed and asked staff for a numerical value, a numerical range. What are we talking? Is this a $2 problem, a $2,000 problem, a $200,000 problem? I don't really know how to handle that question without understanding what I'm truly asking for. In my opinion, from my view, it is a very minor thing. It might be a technician to run this for a night that we're paying $30 to $50 an hour for the 5 hours he's here. There were 7 Plan Commission meetings last year. There's not a lot of these. It's not high volume. It's not a big deal. Whatever the fee is, I think it's worth it for transparency and community engagement. In the spirit of negotiation, I am willing to remove the broadcasting requirement if that's what's stopping the world from moving forward. I would obviously prefer it. I obviously don't understand why it wouldn't be done. But if we take out the broadcasting cost, perhaps we can film with one camera, flip it on at the beginning of the night, or do something other than that. I'm also willing to only codify that it needs to be recorded and saved, and with some support from you guys, request that it be broadcast. We don't have to mandate it. We don't have to necessarily put that in the code. In the November 25th, 2024 board meeting, when the resolution to upgrade this specific Video camera was approved. The board report specifically says that it's for all meetings and events. So we actually have a precedence. We actually have that this should probably already be happening in writing and when we bought it, and that was the intention of what we were doing. The other thing was people complaining about technical difficulties. I say let's focus on the 99 times out of 100 it works and believe we can get through the one time we have issues. We're not that crazy of a village. We can understand when something legitimate happens. As I said, for that negotiating point, and it's you have it as A1 on that sheet, I am happy to mark out live broadcasting and remove that from the requirement. For the neighborhood meeting.
Mr. Robertson, before you go.
Yeah, sorry, perfect, sorry, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
Is there anyone else that is part of your team that wants to give testimony?
Not at the moment.
Okay, at this point, you mind cover you with a question?
Yeah, totally.
Commissioners now, you've heard just part A, the first one about videotaping and broadcasting. Questions, the applicant? Gotta be some question. Okay, I'll start off. So, me personally, no problem. No problem with videotaping our meetings. You know, I think we should videotape her. That's great. My only problem is putting it actually in a text amendment. I think it's good policy that we videotape, and everyone, I don't know technically how all that works. I understand ours is on YouTube. YouTube store these things. I have no idea. But I agree. That's a great policy. But to get it done, that's what I'm worried about. Anyone who may be more familiar with this technology and how it's used in other places, I'd love to hear. Of course, we don't want to bear a lot of expense. Like you said, you're dropping the broadcasting. I think that's a good idea. Keeping it, recording and keeping it, fine.
I would love to be on TV. I mean, I have a face meant for radio, but no, I think that would be great. And I think we should explore, cost-effective measures. I think that, we all pay property tax in LaGrange, and we don't want to see that go up because we've got all kinds of digital equipment and things like that. But I'd like to see a way to have some transparency there, and we have nothing to hide. I personally would, my kids would get a kick out of it.
My only concern is when it gets ripped up, and you're like you said, most of the time it's going to work. But let's say, for instance, we're at the meeting, the videographer doesn't show up. Does the meeting get canceled because we can't give that videotape, or should we just go on? Those are the type of problems I could see with making it in the code that we have to have videotaping. I'd rather see it as a agreed upon policy, like, yeah, we're going to try to videotape every single one of these, got the equipment.
Do you guys have the authority today to change your rules, to add it to your hearing rules?
I guess I don't know the answer to that question. Dave?
So a couple of things. So number one, we don't have authority today because it's not on the agenda. Is an adoption of a policy, nor do we have a policy. But that certainly is something you have the right to put on your agenda in the future. Consideration of a policy on that. The other thing is, if you would like a policy, our recommendation would be, again, that we present you, tell us what you'd want to see, and we can work on language, whether it's what's here, if you think that's appropriate, or if you would want to get feedback from staff in our office. The last thing, which is really a budgetary question, is, from a requirement, you may want, there's a question about, we have a village budget, and I don't know what it would do in terms of cost. Even if it's a small amount, that we'd have to work that out, just because you don't have a power as this body to expend funds. That would have to be approved by the village board. We're talking about hiring videographers. Again, I think it's a worthy policy discussion, but we want to look into that just to make sure that this body isn't adopting a policy that can't be followed through on.
Commissioners, thoughts on this?
I'd also add that, transparency is a key thing, and you've touched on it already. I think that, Peggy, you've been taking our minutes For how many years?
Probably well over, I would say 10 or more. Probably several.
You do it very well, but it's every month our minutes are posted on the website for the village for all to see. And these are very copious notes on our discussion. So I feel good about that transparency. I also feel good about, and I don't think people know of the ethics questionnaire that we have to fill out every year. So I've been doing it for over 20 years. Every year it gets a little bit longer. This is the Cook County ethics questionnaire, asking about my personal affiliations, my family's personal affiliations. I'm a volunteer resident of Grange, but I do that willingly every year. And it's just part of what we do. But that also makes me feel good about the transparency as to what we're doing.
Thoughts, comments?
Yeah, to the transparency comment, I see no reason why we can't accommodate this type of, request. Because I think there's some benefits here. What I'm curious about is what is the downside? I think you've expressed several of them. I think the budget is really a question for the board. I think the 10 years gives me pause, because I don't know what our document retention policy is. If it's 7 years, and we might want to change that, but we'd have to look at that first. So I thought the 10 years might be up to question. But in terms of the benefits, look, how many meetings have we had where we're like, hey, we heard something like this 3 years ago. What did we talk about there? It would be actually beneficial, in my opinion, to have some of these recordings. If it's cost effective to do audio, not video, great, as much as I know you want to be on TV. But I see there's not as much downside, and I see a lot of benefits to this. So to me, this is something I think we should absolutely explore. I'm open to the idea that if we recommend to the board and to staff to create, even if it's a single standalone policy, right? We don't have to come up with an entire commission policy, but if we create this as a single policy that's not necessarily codified, because I had the same exact concern I wrote here that was being expressed, is what happens if it doesn't work? We've done notices, we've taken a lot of people have shuffled around schedules, we have staff here. You don't want to not do the meetings because that one time out of 100 it doesn't work. So I want to be thoughtful of that. But I think the benefits here do outweigh the downsides, as long as it's not going to result in some massive cost, which in this day and age, I gotta believe we can do this in a cost-effective way as a village. Again, if it's audio, not video, and there's got to be some way to do this that isn't going to mean a huge line item. So I would be supportive of this in some capacity. If this makes the commission uncomfortable in terms of codifying it, then I would recommend some type of recommendation to staff to come back to us at the next meeting with some policy that we adopt to implement something like this.
That's a good segue. Staff, it's your turn now. What would you propose that we should do? I don't think we have agreement that we want to put a tax amendment in, but we would like some kind of policy, some go forward, because it's a good idea.
Certainly, we can work on a draft policy and present that to you at your next meeting date.
Okay. Input from Mr. Robinson, and we just want to, it's a good idea. We want to make it good for everyone, basically.
I have no issue with that. That's all I'm asking for, and I completely agree. And I don't care how or where the policy gets there. I want the product at the end, so I can also take the time. It's not the end of the world.
Okay, great. So for this issue,
We're going to move on. You want public testimony?
oh,
This one?
yeah, I guess since we're doing a one by one, anyone from the public would like to chime in at this point in time?
On this?
Just on this one issue.
Just one.
Okay, go ahead. State your name, please.
Alan Foreman, 56 LaGrange, 56th 7th Avenue. I would just point out,
Please state your name, you were walking up.
I'm sorry, Alan Foreman, 56th 7th Avenue, LaGrange. I'll use an example of how I've used this extensively with board meetings. And there's been many instances where I've needed to rewind a few years to do some research. And having those videos available is awesome. So it could take a little time to get some momentum and get this done, but a year or two from now, this will be a treasure. So I think you're getting that direction anyway. But if you or anyone else here has tried to do any research with previous acts, I'll give you the best example. I debated with the board regarding water rate increases. And I was able to go back a few years ago to the last consultant's presentation on a 5-year plan for water rates. I got everything I needed from the videos, including the presentations. So I could go back with high degree of confidence that it actually resulted in the board tweaking their rates a little bit. So that's how it worked.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
My name is John Pluto. I just have one question. If that lady doesn't show up for the meeting, what do we do?
I don't have an answer to that.
We run.
I have to say she does a very good job because I read through the minutes and I wish she did them for the village board as well. She's great.
Okay. Thanks for the compliment. Way to go, Peggy.
Tish Bernhardt, 755 11th Avenue. And I'm guessing the first place to start is asking the village board on Monday nights, what's it cost? Every one of those meetings is recorded. If that, again, are we talking $2,000, $200,000, whatever the case may be. If the budget is an issue, and I'm a little bit tongue-in-cheek right now, but I'm going to suggest we get a high school kid, set up a tripod with a video camera, and have that work effort count toward his community service. Then you'll have a plethora of high school kids who can film it, provide you with a copy of it.
Good idea.
Thank you.
If I may, just for the benefit of the audience who may not have had an opportunity to review the staff memo, for the village board meetings, which are broadcast and videotaped, the West Central Cable Agency, of which Grange is a part, it's 5 communities that make up the West Central Cable Agency, partners with LTTV to provide the services for the videographers for the village board meetings. There's not a code requirement for our board meetings to be broadcast, but that's something that's been regularly done for years. So they do often work with high school students as part of the apprentices of that program. And that is in part the reason why staff can't provide a budgetary quote at this point, because it's not a simple fee-for-service arrangement.
Thank you. Any other comments?
And I would just note, I think, presumably the difference between the village board and our meetings, like the village board is an actual legislative body, right? Like making decisions that are binding. We're just a recommending body. And so while I totally agree with all the transparency and all the staff recommendations and things, I just think it's worth noting that one little difference.
Okay.
For resource allocation,
Sure.
that is.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Robertson, Plan B.
Proposal B is the neighborhood meetings. Basically, when I set out to do this, I emailed a bunch of the Chicago suburbs to understand if any of them had any provisions similar to what I wanted to do with restricting planned developments in relationship to single-family homes or anything such as that. And to their credit, I had many, I think I had 55 suburbs respond to me in some way or another. And one of them was Oak Park, and they responded that one of the ways they helped prevent the type of concerns I was describing and what I was attempting to accomplish was with their neighborhood meeting requirements. And so that's where I got it from. The actual code provision is literally out of their code. It's the exact same text. Basically, the neighborhood meeting is giving people an understanding of what's coming. It's not just, it's one more time that you be able to get to look at this, get to know that, somebody is going to do something in your neighborhood. And it is, according to the numbers, it should be about 30 days before the notice for the hearing. And so it should give you some time to understand what's going on, get your research, understand where do I go to get the drawings, how do I do it, and all those kind of things. One of the biggest benefits, I have the technical ability to read drawings. My wife said the best thing about that meeting would be that they can present the drawings and show her what she's looking at. And so it would help a technical person understand that instead of someone that goes to pick up the drawings and try to figure out what the heck they're looking at, which way north is and where their house is. It also gives the potential for a chance to ask questions. Hopefully, what do I do? Where do I go? All those kind of things. It's an opportunity for the developer to hear the concerns of the neighborhood before he actually submits his application. Hopefully, and the one thing I will note is, the meeting doesn't have any specific requirements of what has to happen, what has to be covered. It simply is a requirement that it has to happen. So all of these are, goals you would hope to attain from a meeting like that, but there is no requirement anything would actually come out of it besides tea and cookies and 20 minutes to sign the piece. But we would hope they would utilize the time to let the people near the development get a voice, potentially longer than 3 minutes. It's one more place where if the village is looking at the meeting minutes, they can understand where the public is actually coming from and what they're thinking, so they can better provide their perspective in something like a staff report. It's a way for the other neighbors to understand how the neighborhood feels. Are we all against this? Are we all for this? Do we all not like the brick? Do we all not like the height? What is it? So we can either galvanize together or understand what we're up against. It's a way that I have met a lot of my neighbors is through this place. I never knew anyone that lived in the condo building behind me, but after this I knew many of them. It should be also a way to communicate where and how any information and resources are available. Can they call the developer? Can they talk to somebody? What is that process? Basically, neighborhood meetings are extremely common throughout the Chicago suburbs. The staff report says it's a best practice. This is nothing new. This is nothing crazy. This is something that's done a lot of times voluntarily, whether it's in the law or not. It's hard for me to establish exactly how much of it's required and how much of it is voluntary. Basically, I had a list of 25 communities that do have references to neighborhood meetings in their plan commissions. Like I say, I don't know how much of that's mandated, how much of that's voluntary. We have done this before without the code provision in this village. Neighborhood meetings were performed at the 2 previous plan developments prior to 112. Both 811 Hill Grove and the townhouse development at 9th Avenue and 47th refer to neighborhood meetings in the plan commission meeting minutes. So previous to 112, we had been doing them for whatever reason. Again, voluntary, encouraged by the staff or whatever that was. So it's not even foreign to our community to do this. At the 112 Burlington meeting, one of the points of contention was if the developer had talked to any neighbors, this requirement would eliminate those type concerns. We would know that he had, and we would have proof that he had, and he would have to have done that, so he couldn't have misrepresented what he did, misrepresenting talking to one person and assuming the rest. And so it also just makes the process smoother, that we're not arguing, we're not worrying about that kind of stuff. The concerns about conflict, if it's done incorrectly, I would think the village would pass the concern on to the developer would respond, the village would read the response, determine if they agree or not. If they agree with the concern, have the developer redo the meeting. If they don't agree, send that information on to the original person. I don't see this as a large problem. As I said, there is no requirement what happens at the meeting. It's strictly whether it did happen or not. So any complaint should be fairly straightforward. Did it happen? Did you get notice? And that's the end of it. So there's no did they cover enough, where to get the drawings? There's nothing really advanced. It's just that this meeting has to happen. And so, the cost and administration time, this was the most egregious piece of the staff report. This is all on the developer. The developer has to send notice, the developer has to have the meeting, the developer has to find the place. The administrative and cost time to this village is taking in the notice, the proof of, or the list of people that were invited, and the meeting minutes. And if that's too much for this village, we have some major problems. And to put that in a staff report that those kind of costs are cost prohibitive was insulting. On this one, I don't have any negotiation points. They're a direct copy from the Oak Park provisions currently in use. Oak Park sent me the past project meeting minutes so I could see what actually happens at one of those meetings. So when I was looking at in the provision, I'm like, they don't formally request those meeting minutes. So the only thing I added was that last line to actually require meeting minutes and them to be produced. Like I said, it was done automatically, and I would assume it would be done automatically as proof of the meeting. But I did add that into the end of it. And so that's, like I say, straight out of Oak Park, you know, the guy I was talking to, they've had no issues with it. They like it. They think it does accomplish something. And that's it for that one.
Okay, great. Commissioners, questions so far? Proposal B? So I guess my first question is, if you could back up a second, what exactly, what developments?
Any plan development. So anything would be plan development.
Okay.
It's in the plan development section, and so it would only apply to plan development.
Yeah, great.
You know, I think this is reasonable. I don't see anything. You know, we're not Oak Park. We don't have a lot of this activity like they would. But it's because we don't have a lot of this, it shouldn't be that this is a big imposition.
Other questions, comments?
For me, it's similar to a previous one where defining it is the hardest. That to tell a developer you have to have a meeting, but then to put it in another text amendment, you really have to define it very closely, and then how do you implement it? My problem.
And like I said, that's why Oak Park, and that's why the proposal is that essentially they just have to have it. We have good faith that they'll do something with it, and they'll actually accomplish something. And like I say, that's why it is written the way it is so it's not prohibitive, and we're not arguing over whether it was done right or anything. It really, if you read that provision, it really is, you have to have a meeting, you have to give notice, you have to have a meeting, and you have to prove you had the meeting. And so it really is straightforward, and I think that's why, you know, it was in Oak Park's and why it belongs in ours. Is there really is it really is straightforward, and it really was done with that in mind, not to be, you know, this big policy or this big problem.
So then would you be able to, what we just did with the videotaping?
I guess I don't understand the exact policy process versus the text amendment. So if somebody could speak to that.
Sure. Or, I'm sorry, would you like to?
So I think that it is best practice, certainly for somebody proposing a plan development to do enable that they do. I think it's educational for the developer. I think it's a practice. A lot of communities have some sort of encouragement. I think that the question is that there's both, you could do it as a code, you could do it as a policy. Policy is, we recommend, I mean, if it's going to be a mandatory requirement, we do suggest that it's code language. If it is something, though, that you want to put in your code, you can do it as a suggestion. It is heavily suggested that an applicant, it can be mandatory. Looking at the language itself, I think that there are some things that I do think to avoid, that I could foresee some issues, but I think some of it can be cleared up with some direction about what you'd want to see if you did want it in your code. To give you just a couple things, for example, I'm just picking out a couple things here. It says that notice should be given to business owners. Taxpayers' record of business owners. Usually the language is based on owner's record, based on the taxpayer record. Business owners is often very difficult to figure out if a business is operating there. It depends on where it is, right? If it's a business address that has multiple units in it, trying to figure out, that's not necessarily full public record. So the way you typically search is you would go to either, you can do the recorder of deeds and get names of owners, but it's usually through looking at the taxpayer of record address, through the county. And that taxpayer record corresponds almost always with the owner, not necessarily, but that's kind of the standard that's set for other types of notices under state law. I'm not sure how we could ever make sure that all business owners are tracked down with an address. One thing to consider, this talks about 300 feet. certainly that's something if you know, whatever your policy would want to be, you know, that's usually it's 250 feet for most other notices. This uses language about like immediate neighborhood, must be with the immediate neighborhood, you know, which, you know, then it goes on to the foot requirement. You know, my recommendation would be is if you were to entertain this is, you know, remove the immediate neighborhood language because I'm not sure fully what it means. Also, you could be in a neighborhood and across the street is another neighborhood. And, you know, people define neighborhoods differently. You know, I lived in Bucktown for years. A number of people told me it was Winter Park, and it was like, you know, that happens, and we don't want ambiguity. The other couple, you know, in terms of language, you can work on is, you know, applicable newspaper, the parent language that we have elsewhere in the code. Usually, it's general circulation, and then adequate meeting minutes must be created. You know, again, I don't know that we want to be a referee of what's adequate or not when we're not part of that process. So there are things here, you know, and then ultimately, I guess there's a question, and the ultimate, you know, again, going back to the mandatory versus highly encouraged nature, you know, is inevitably, you know, and I've been through a lot of neighborhood meetings. I've represented, you know, developers. I've represented, you know, I've been there as a homeowner myself. And there are situations where you have some people who come in as an applicant who are incredibly open-minded, and others who show up don't want to hear a word, make it difficult. They set the time at 7 a.m. on a work day. You can imagine all the different imaginations of how it could work. And it just becomes a difficult task, I think, when residents are saying, well, yeah, there was a notice, but it wasn't a meaningful meeting. And I understand Mr. Robinson said there's no picture here, but you could also see how we are asked as the village then to referee whether it was an adequate meeting, whether it met the definition of a meeting when, you know, if the developer shows up and then is a 2-minute and walks out, right? So all these things I think are worthy of discussion of how you all see it, you know, and again, others here in the public may have comments as well. You know, I think the staff's concern is more about the time and effort of having to be a referee over a process we don't control. Again, I think best practice is to do it, but you know, if it's in our code, then it's a code violation. You know, what does that mean? And you know, it's a there are things that we can absolutely control, and those are the processes that are part of our process. And this, when it doesn't happen here, it's not on our village property. It's not, you know, it becomes a little more difficult. And so that's why you see a lot of communities go with highly encouraged. And part of it is also cultural of the Plan Commission. If you want to see these meetings, if it's highly, when the applicant shows up, did you meet with neighbors? And when they say, no, we didn't, well, why not? You know, I think it would be best if you did. And part of it is kind of, when it gets to you, is what your cultural expectation is as well. And so even if it is not mandatory, you know, you can still set a very high bar for people to come in to talk about that process. So you have a lot of different options. And again, and if you want to make mandatory, that is, you think that's the best, that's totally your prerogative. Though I would, again, they pointed out there's some language issues. You know, if your direction is, you know, we're happy to you know, to keep the spirit and then do some definitional things and you know.
Okay, great. What do you commissioners think?
I like the flexibility of recommended because I think, you know, but if it's a policy or a text amendment that the developer is recommended to do it and then they come to us, we ask them, did you do it, and then why not? I think that's a factor to consider when we're considering whether or not to approve land development. You know, how have they been to their neighbors already? And I think that's a useful data point. But I do think, like, you know, the lawyer as I am, I did look at this language. I thought, man, there's a lot of wiggle and play, and you know, a lot of gaming could go on just with this language, which in concept, and I read it, I'm like, oh, the idea is great. I don't have any objection to the concept whatsoever. But I think the devil's in the details, and that's why I kind of like implementing some sort of recommended, because I think all of us would hope that a developer would reach out if they were putting a planned development somewhere near us.
I would say most developers are wanting something from us, from the village, basically. And you think they'd, as a recommendation, well, you better talk to the citizens. And I think we have to put, if we work up something, we have to put a couple things in there that are for sure, like the notice. There's got to be a formal notice, tell everyone that this meeting. Anything else that the commissioners would like to? Go ahead, Glenn.
At the risk of finding ourselves fighting off the requirement to arbitrate or deal with the results of a meeting or the adequacy of a meeting, it might be a hybrid solution, if you'll excuse the construct, that the minutes of any or any submission for a planned unit development shall include any public meetings which have been held together with the exhibits and minutes for the package, without creating any metric attached to that. It does have the effect of saying, if you're going to have a meeting, it better be good enough to show us. And the recommendations which stand apart from that part of a text amendment are variable as time goes on. That can be refined over time. Whereas the standard of providing the information that you have created with a public meeting become part of the record of your application.
Other comments? Thoughts?
Yeah, I think any requirement for minutes just creates lots of problems. Like it's not a formal body that's, has Robert's Rules of Orders and things like that when it's a neighborhood meeting. Fortunately, I've been, I go to many board meetings and I've seen, where people submit minutes and you read the minutes and you're like, wait, that was never discussed, right? And that's at a more, at a kind of like a company level, not an open forum like this, but and so I know that who's going to prepare the minutes and how is it going to be verified that what's in the minutes is accurate? At a meeting like this, our first order of business is always that we've read the minutes and we agree that what's recorded is correct. And there would be no procedure for that with a neighborhood meeting that just is attached to. I mean, the developer could say, everybody was there, everybody loved the idea, no questions, here they are, right? And then, so I just think it creates more problems than it's probably worth. I think the fact that they had a meeting, list of attendees, and to me, that's almost enough. If they all got together beforehand at 250 or 300 feet, that's probably enough for me. Somehow somebody had a way to talk about it with the developer at least 15 days before the plan commission.
Okay.
Commissioner Egan?
So I agree. I think this is a great thing to add for the application for a planned use development. My only concern is codifying it in the code. As you stated, if they don't comply with it, then it becomes a code violation. So now they're in a code violation. Is it a daily fine? Is it what's going to, I mean, I just see a lot of administrative headaches that would go along with this if it was a requirement in the code. But I do think it should be part of maybe a policy or the guidelines that go along to an applicant of what should be submitted with their application for a plan use.
Rothenberg?
It's a good point. I'd like to know the answer, what that would result in, if that would balance your fine.
So typically it would be an application requirement, not a finable offense. Rather, it would be, in order to apply, you must have done this, or prior to, you should do this, depending on if it's mandatory or not. So it wouldn't be a matter of finable. It would be you have an incomplete application because you haven't done it. However, they're going to an affidavit saying they've done it. And typically, when I've seen it done, staff report would be written up, it would say, and the applicant indicated that he did a neighborhood meeting on X date, and then it would be documented. Oftentimes there is disagreement about what's said and whatnot, but it's still a matter of record that.
It sounds like we may, and I haven't heard from every commissioner, but we might be aligned here that this is a really good idea. I might be in the minority thinking this is like the first proposal that maybe not in the code, more flexibility. I don't see the downside here. To me, the burden here has to be on the developer, not on the homeowner. Okay, we've learned that. And I have no problem putting in the code that a developer must host, and that's one other thing I would say is instead of meet with, you have to host it. Because if nobody shows up, you can't be out of code because nobody showed up and you didn't meet with anybody. I mean, it's hosting a meeting with the adequate notices, with everything else. During regular business hours, in a public place, and all that thing. But to recommend it, I'm gonna have the same reaction sitting on this commission, and I wonder if everybody else would, which is if they come in front of us and, did you do this? No. Well, we recommended it. Well, I didn't think so. So to me, it's the same result. If you did it, you've complied. If you didn't, you shouldn't be in front of this commission. And so that's why I have no problem codifying this, because I think the benefits far outweigh the downside. And if we tweak the language, which I agree that we can work that through, to me that's got a lot of lawyers and good people on this committee plus staff who have done this for a living. We can figure out the language that gives enough flexibility for us to say whether or not when that person comes in front of us, did they comply or not. Did you host meetings at public hours? Did you have people? Did you give the notices? I agreed on the minutes, but I don't necessarily know if you need them, because what you're doing is creating the opportunity to have a conversation with owners in the neighborhood who then are able to then come to the commission meeting afterwards and express their concerns, talk to staff ahead of time. Maybe even the developer is going to change some things ahead of time, knowing that when they walk into that commission, the plan commission meeting, if there's going to be 200 residents in the area, we're going to all come with the same concern, and you would think that the applicant would modify their application accordingly. So I think it achieves that goal, and I think requiring that is actually really important. To me, this might have even been the one that I thought was the best codified amendment proposed. Because I think the onus has to be on the developer 10 times out of 10. And if they don't comply, their application isn't complete, come back next month.
Comments? I guess I'm not as forceful as far as putting it in the code, frankly. I think we still have the power, as you say. We're recommending that they do have these meetings. Let's say they don't and they come in front of us, then our first question is, did you have a meeting? And they say no. We can tell them to walk away anyways. I mean, I think we still hold the power there.
Anytime you make anything discretionary versus mandatory, now just wasted all of the time and energy. This commission, staff, people that have come here, if that's going to be the end result anyways, then we should just make it mandatory.
I always have a hard time defining things in the code. So it's so down to the net and it cannot be disregarded.
I don't look at it that the same way in terms of being abused, because you're not requiring anything. What you're requiring here is host a meeting. That's what this requires.
Not what it currently says.
I know, but that's what we're talking about tweaks, right? Eliminating the minutes, hosting the meeting, maybe make it to 250 instead of 300 to be consistent with our current requirements, modifying so that business owners are removed, things like that to make it a little bit more, what we're talking about is consistent with our current code and make it a little bit more like language friendly so that we're not basically creating footfalls for people. But to me, making it mandatory makes sense. That's, again, I might be in the minority here, but I think that's the way I say that.
Let me take a consensus. I'm going straight down the line. Glenn, would you prefer to have this codified, or would you prefer to make this recommendation?
Yeah, I think
with proper boundaries and regulations built into it, it could be codified. I'm not 100% sure yet, though. I'd like to discuss that a little bit more.
Okay, fine. Sure.
I think codified, I think it's not a hardship on the developer. We don't do a lot of these, so it's not like there's going to be, meetings all over the Grange. This is not a hardship, and it's not a hardship on the village either. This is going to be squarely on the developer.
Okay. Commissioner Egan.
I think if there are safeguards in the language that doesn't create too much of a burden on an applicant, I think I would be okay with it, although I lean to it being more of a policy that's recommended that we can then, review in our discretion when they come before us.
Morris.
I could be on board with a codification provided that it's sufficiently flexible, right? Which I think is where Commissioner Hoffenberg's going, that it's not really much is required. Give the notice, post the meeting, and then tell us you did that. And just provide proof. It doesn't seem too onerous to me. I'd be curious to know what, looks like Elmhurst is the only locality that we compared to that has a meeting requirement. Do we know, like, does it track this language at all? I mean, or is it kind of what we're talking about here, that did you host it within the 1530 and, attach your proof to the application? No, I don't.
I guess, would we be willing to attempt to clean it up right now? Or is this something that we would like to pass off, let the attorneys try to redo this and come back?
I think I'd prefer to give people opportunity to craft, well thought out language that then we could come back to maybe at the next meeting.
Okay. Before we...
Again, we're not going to have a planned development before the next meeting, I'm guessing.
Right, that's true. Mr. Robert, is that...
That's 100% acceptable. Like I said, what I'm looking for is a meeting to happen. Nothing specific has to happen at it. And I am 100% on board with removing meeting minutes, adequate meeting minutes, however you want to change that language. And I completely agree with exactly what you guys are talking about. Okay. I would like to codify it. I would like to put it in the code. I understand that you can stand here and say that you'll do it, but the one time you don't, that also gets you guys in trouble too. That gives you one more reason for a resident to be angry. And if you make it mandatory, it's much more simple. And they're saying no because it was part of the application instead of you guys coming here and wasting time too. And so my true preference would be to make it a code, make sure they check it, and we all go on with life. And I'm 100% on board with the language, and I 100% can wait for the next meeting to do that. And like I said, I would have loved to have a conversation with an actual member of the village to go through that, because that's exactly what that collaborative process, in my opinion, should be between an applicant and the village. And that's what I would have loved to see, is some help from the attorney to get that language right for you guys, and I did not get that. I did not appreciate that.
Okay, good deal. At this point, is anyone else from the audience would like to comment now?
Kurt Folkman, 725 Bell Avenue in LaGrange. As an architect of 33 years, I've been to well over 50 plan commission, zoning meetings, design review meetings in my career, 8 of which in just the last year alone. I've only been asked one time to have a mandatory neighborhood meeting in any of that time. It was Walter Burnett in the city designing a Boys and Girls Club. And that was the only time. I built high-rises without having to have a neighborhood meeting. It was typically the responsibility of the developers to go meet on their own. It was never a requirement. When you start adding these requirements and you start adding time, there is a cost to that, to the developer. He has to pay me, the architect. He has to pay his engineers. He has to pay for the renderings. He has to pay to hold the meeting. He has to pay all this time. You're adding cost to that development. That then trickles down to, eventually, in the case of housing, rents and or sale price of the owner, because that all gets made up. They're not going to eat it out of benevolence. So this does cost money. This does create hardship, and it's not a common practice across the United States. Moving properties in Denver, I never had to have a public meeting. It was up to the developer to go meet and talk to their neighbors and explain what they were doing. Okay? In the case of 112, it didn't sound like they did that. That's unfortunate. But it shouldn't all of a sudden then tax every other developer that wants to come to town and do something that we agreed upon in the comp plan. You're making it harder to meet the aspects of the comp plan when you add regulations like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kirsten Robinson, 16 7th Avenue. Neighborhood meetings with the developer create a barrier to entry that helps to ensure the developer is properly invested in the neighborhood, and they give residents a heads up for what is coming their way. My heads up was the developer coming to my house 6 times trying to buy the house. So it would have been, and that's all I had until the notice for the Plan Commission meeting. So having a little bit more heads up, knowing what's going on, would make homeowners a little bit more secure in what's happening, being able to understand plans, being able to ask questions. Maybe there is a cost on the developer's end. Like I said, barrier to entry. If executed correctly and with good intentions, these meetings will also serve to ensure that a new development is meeting the comprehensive plan of dovetailing into neighborhoods and fitting in with the existing homes. If they aren't willing to do that, what are the chances that they're going to actually fit in with the neighborhood?
Thank you.
John Pluto. My personal opinion is I think the meetings are a good idea. If we had meetings with the Burlington project, we wouldn't have had a village board meeting that was a fiasco. You ease the tensions, people get to understand the project can get changed as it develops, and I think it's a good thing for a developer to get on board with the neighborhood. Now my next question is there going to be food and beverages at these meetings?
Thank you.
Caitlin Fetta, 11-6. I would like to see this codified. My reason, plain and simple, is when we were at the plan review in October, the commission asked Dan Spain, did he speak to the neighbors? And he just outright lied and said that he did, because he did not know us. He did not know we were there to defend ourselves. So having this process, whether it's as simple as just collecting the names of the people who were in attendance without the meeting minutes, I support that. I think it prevents misrepresentation like what had happened at the plan review in October.
Thank you.
Tish Bernhardt, 755 11th Avenue. I strongly recommend the neighborhood meeting, and to the points that were made earlier, I agree wholeheartedly with all of them. And one thing I want to add, which was alluded to a moment ago, was the developer has a team. They have engineers, they have surveyors, they have a legal team, and the homeowner, the neighborhood, right there, they're at a disadvantage. And I'm not sure if I understand the 15 and 30-day notification to the neighborhood, but I'm guessing before these plans, the developer has shared his plans, has shared his intentions with the planning team before this is being discussed with the neighbors. So the neighborhood is at an extreme disadvantage. And that is my point. And I would go as far to say, if there are major renovations to the plan, specifically when it comes to variances and lot lines, then I think then maybe there needs to be a follow-up meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. What else? More comments?
Cynthia Shelsky, 420 South Edgewood. I've been coming before you and before the village and talking with all of you for, 3 years, 4 years about housing. I don't know if this would make a difference, but what we wanted, what we from the Grange League of Women Voters had suggested was the possibility of a housing commission. I don't know if this would make a difference if we looked forward to having an actual housing commission that could look at housing proactively instead of waiting for these things to come before you the way they're coming before you. Perhaps this would be a good idea. I'm just bringing it up again as to saying this. I have no opinion on whether or not you should codify this or not. I do think that codifying things often is more problematic. If you had someone who was looking at these things proactively, then maybe we could involve the whole community in looking at housing in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Swindle, 110 South Kensington.
Microphone, please.
Yes.
Your name?
Jason Swindle, 110 South Kensington. I think this is a great idea, and I would pick up on the fact that if we already have direct evidence from Oak Park that this is working, that we follow up with them to find out what developers they work with and what the developers have specifically said they liked about the process. Potentially even trying to meet with those developers to find out what they took away from those meetings and making sure that that's a part of what's codified. So that if they want to be a part of our community, they're going to put in the effort for these types of meetings, but let's still make sure that they get something out of it. It is a burden on them, but I think we're all guessing here about just how difficult it is from a developer's perspective, because everything else that they have ahead of them to make this work is a burden in and of itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All the comments. So, commissioners, seems like the desire is to try to codify this next amendment at some point. I think what we'd like to have staff probably revise this, the attorneys involved, so it's kind of pretty tightly. Is that a fair statement? Okay. Is that okay, staff? Mr. Robinson?
That sounds delightful. I'd like to go highly suggest on the food.
Okay, so then they'll develop this. And
Sounds
we'll
wonderful.
Moving on.
Basically, provision C or D are the meat of what I'm here for. They are large asks. They are different than what you would see in the standard code. I'm aware of that. I understand that. But I do truly believe that they are required in this community at this time based on how we're operating, where we're headed, and what we're doing. I understand there's not a lot of precedent. I understand that this does look crazy. I understand average citizens don't stand in front of you and do this. This is a unique situation. This is a unique time in this village. Everything about that 112 Burlington project ran the wrong way. Everything fell against the neighbors in that project. Everything. And to the level of almost impossibility. And I can't explain that enough, that nothing fell our way, nothing went our way, nothing was anywhere close to what should have been. Understanding why the 112 Burlington building has created so many problems are three big issues. The biggest one is that we just created our new comprehensive plan. It was a huge community involvement, lots of topic covered, lots of ideas covered. Do you know where the idea for a comprehensive plan comes from? It's dictated by state law, and basically, periodically, a village is supposed to create a comprehensive plan. It is supposed to have a bunch of community involvement, which is what we've done over the last year, And what it is supposed to do is give the community a direction. Our comprehensive plan is beautiful, wonderful, large, and I love it. The problem is there's a next step. The next step to that comprehensive plan is actually codifying it, actually taking those ideas of high density residential or protecting buildings or whatever is in that document and actually making it into our laws. And we are in a position where we are in between those two things. And that is what created the problem that is 112 Burlington. Basically, the applicant came out here and stood in front of you and basically said, this is high density. This meets the comprehensive plan. And he also dictated to you that high density can and should annihilate the setbacks in every direction. But you don't have that codified. That's not in your code. That never made it there. High density isn't defined in our code, and high density's effects on the neighborhood aren't identified in the code. And so this gap between the comprehensive plan that's new, beautiful, and shiny is all that developer wanted to talk about, and we completely forgot about our existing code. We have a code, we have setback requirements, we have all of these things that were completely disregarded while we screamed about two provisions of the comprehensive plan being high density. Do you know where the high density near transit comes from? It comes from the RTA. The Regional Transit Authority is the one who came up with that. That's a state agency and it came here. I believe they paid $15,000 or $25,000 of our comprehensive plan to create that. They're the ones that came in with that initiative. We weren't sitting at the Elm one day and said, hey, what do we want? Oh yeah, we need high density and we need it by the train. No, that was an idea that came from an organization. And this village is yet to define what that means, what high density housing is by the tracks. And every community has to make its own mind. My conjecture is 3 stories and 25 units is high density. Am I wrong? Not until you guys put something in the code. And you're not wrong either to say it's 39 units and 5 stories. But without the code provisions to back it up and dictating what it can do to the neighborhood, that's a problem. And that's the issue is the state law that governs plan commissions literally has a provision that says you can't use your comprehensive plan to dictate private property unless you've put it into the zoning code. And that's what happened at 112 Burlington. We literally broke the law by only talking about the comprehensive plan and refusing to actually look at the code. We have all sorts of setbacks, and maybe high density doesn't fit in our current setbacks. Maybe that's just not it, but maybe it does. And until somebody actually puts it into the law and somebody actually utilizes it, you're doing it wrong by pure definition, because you're not following the current laws that actually exist in your books. And so that's why I'm able to say to that trustee board, and that's why I'm able to say to this village that process broke the law, is because the process is create comprehensive plan, create code. We didn't do the second part, but we sure the heck talked about the first part. That's an advisory document, and we used it to dictate law and take away private property rights. And so this was very different than anything that has ever happened in this village before. And one of the key pieces is because we're in that transition between the comprehensive plan and actually codifying it. And to my knowledge, the village isn't even actively working on that. And so from the bottom of my heart, that's what broke this system, is all we cared about was that comprehensive plan, that advisory document. And we have a history of it here. Every meeting I've been to, that's all that's in every staff report. We don't care about the code here. All we care about is our shiny new comprehensive plan, which is great. It's wonderful. Can we make it the code and actually go with it? I could be completely wrong. Maybe we are going to create R9 residential districts, and we are going to say 5-foot setbacks are great. And when they put that building up to me, you're going to tell me 5 foot's fine. But until you actually do that, until you actually follow the process of somebody doing research, somebody taking that comprehensive plan, and somebody actually putting it into law and going through this exact process we're going through here, you can't dictate that it controls anything. You can't dictate that that's how this works. And that's what happened with 112. And what you have to understand is the community is also frustrated. It wasn't just me. Why you had the outrage about history is we spoke in that 2014 comprehensive plan. We said history is amazing. Character is what we want. And because nobody took that and made it into the code, nobody made a preservation committee like the comprehensive plan talks about, there was no way to actually execute all that input that was put in the comprehensive plan into the actual code. And so there were people up here with their 3 minutes trying to get through to answer those same questions that something like a preservation board would have had to do. This half of our problem at all these meetings could have been absolutely annihilated if someone had simply asked the developer or required the developer to produce an independent professional report that building needs to come down, instead of letting him stand here and denigrate his building and bring up past owners and whatnot. And a preservation board and a policy most likely would have done something like that, and most likely would have completely changed the tone of every one of our meetings. But because we aren't taking that comprehensive plan and making it code, we don't have those. And so the only place the only people with any authority to ask for something like that was you guys, as the Plan Commission, to ask for that independent report so that we could have had it. And if someone would have done something like that, it would have changed the whole complexion of that second meeting. And so it's not just me that's getting frustrated by, we put all this time and effort into that comprehensive plan and it's going nowhere. It annihilated my home, but it's also annoyed the crap out of this village because there was so much in that plan that they spilled their heart into, and no one will make it actual policy, actual law. And so that's why I'm standing before you. In my opinion, I am taking up that slack to take provision C from the comprehensive plan and put it into the code because the village won't do it for me. And so that's the crux of why I'm here. I'm here to do what I feel like the village should have done 6 months ago. And all I am doing is taking the wishes and desires in that comprehensive plan and making my code provision. As I said, this is the first time that a developer is truly proposing, besides 40 South Madison, to violate or reduce setbacks at a residential property. It's not what we do, it's not what we've done. You can look back at almost every project except that, and we've never done that. We've actually done the opposite. We've actually broken the setbacks on the opposite side to move the entire building in that direction and give residential properties more. We've done the opposite of what we did at 112 Burlington. And so that's another huge difference. And the last huge difference is there's a massive gap. To go back to the comprehensive plan, we have it. We don't know where it's going. We might define that high density can fit in our R8 zoning, and the R8 zoning doesn't change whatsoever. We could also say that R8 works, and based on research, towns around us, new modern ideas, that we can reduce those setbacks. We might find that whole new completely R9, but there's a lot of pieces in that comprehensive plan that actually need to be executed and actually need to exist. We stated what we wanted, but we don't know what's going to come from that comprehensive plan and how it's going to affect everything. Like I said, except for 40 South Ashland, all the previous developers in the Grange have had much more respect for the neighbors. I don't know why it was so different for 112. I don't know why they had to be so egregious and aggressive to do this. That has not been the norm in this community, and that's the wrong direction to continue to reduce setbacks in that kind of scenario and situation. there's a huge gap in understanding of who's responsible for what between the village staff and the plan commission. The village staff believes that they don't need to provide technical assistance in this process or use the zoning code. I don't know what they think their role is, but from everything I've gathered and what I've been told, they feel like they're purely administrative in this process, that they are simply taking information from the application, putting it into the staff report, and stopping. Their whole job is to produce the community's view. They are supposed to produce the other side. They are the village staff. They are supposed to speak for the village. The applicant got the entirety of their application to say everything they could possibly say. Their job is to say, how is the neighbor affected? Why is the neighbor affected? How should we feel about this building? And that voice not being in that staff report is bothersome. The only voice I get then is the one I show up for and the one you restrict me to 3 minutes. If I don't show up, does my property not have rights? If I don't show up to that meeting, should no one have thought about my property and how I might be adversely affected? The village has a responsibility to use the code, implement the code, and protect my village, or at least provide my perspective against the other perspective in that report. In that staff report, there is nothing. There was not a single possible adverse effect that could happen to my home. When you're breaking the setbacks that are supposed to be 29 feet 7 down to 11 feet, how can there not be an adverse effect? And you're here to determine if it's significant, but you have to have that conversation and you have to explain to me how that dramatic of a change isn't significant. And I just don't believe, if you look at it from that perspective, your answer is that it isn't. Because the line of significant is the minimum code requirement. As soon as you step over that 29 feet 7 inch setback, you are impacting me. If you're beyond that setback, I'm with you. I'm affected, but I'm not significantly affected. The second you step over that line, I am significantly affected. And the question you need to answer is, how would they mitigate it to give me that full requirement back? What have they done to give me the equivalent? The code gives me a right. You can modify that. You have the creative license to do whatever you want, but you have to give me the equivalent to the same right I was given. And that conversation is supposed to be in that staff report. It's supposed to clearly define that what you're doing is saying, is 29 feet 7 inches equivalent to 11 feet and a 6-foot fence? And I think if it's presented to you in that way, any reasonable, rational person comes up with the conclusion that that is not. But that is the decision you made without an actual conversation, without a justification, and without anything in your legal documents like your staff report and your findings of fact. And that's because they didn't bring up the conversation. I don't blame you. You guys were given the conversations to have. They are responsible to bring those up. That did not happen. Many, 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 many conversations on many, many, many fronts were missed because they literally took that application, put the data into the staff report, and then stopped. And that's what annihilated this process. When you can't have a conversation, what am I supposed to do? And I can't bring it up. I was restricted to 3 minutes. I had 13 distinct concerns. I had between 15 and 20 minutes of content. That's why I brought 7 people with me to take time from. That's what I was doing because they didn't do it. And I don't know what to do in those situations. And they would not talk to me. They would not take my information. And they would not believe me that we should care about this. We should be changing the conversation. And so that's what makes this so different. And in a world where the staff isn't producing the right process, the right conversations, and the right situations, this is what I feel needs to happen to break the cycle, to change it until something else changes. And so I don't know what that something else is. I don't know if that's an agreement to hire this process out to someone who does this on a more regular basis. I don't know if it's when we finally actually take the comprehensive plan and do a big code change and we're not having this struggle between the two. I don't know when that happens, but until that happens.
Robinson, I think we've I understand what you're saying, but I think we have to stay on point.
That's fine, but it's the background of why I'm here. And I'm moving on, but it's very important to understand what went wrong, because if nothing went wrong, I wouldn't be standing in front of you. I wouldn't have a concern, I wouldn't be proposing a solution. And so you have to understand that background of where it comes from. You know, this is straight from the code. You know, when you create a claim, when you modify the code, you need to create one of two claims. And the first one is that it has no adverse effect. And that's fine. My problem was that in the application, they didn't make the contractor or the developer even so much as admit the code provisions that they didn't meet. They didn't actually ask for modifications. They said, we're not meeting some of the code, and that was the end of the sentence. And so when they don't even know what provisions of the code are they meeting, how did they answer themselves this question of how they're not adversely affecting me? Or the second question of how are they completely mitigating those adverse effects? And so when the application isn't done right, there's no conversation. When it's copied into the staff report and they don't add any conversation, it doesn't happen. And so it goes all the way back to the contractor may not even know what provisions he's breaking. I had a huge fight to get those provisions because the developer didn't produce it and the village wouldn't give it to me. And when they finally did, they had missed that a loading space isn't supposed to be in the side yard of a residence, which is huge to me. I understand.
I'm reading your text amendment that you're proposing.
Sorry.
And I think we need to stay on point with what the text amendment is so that we can discuss it.
That's fine. The other technical deficiency that's important to any conversation is there's a huge difference between a residential and a commercial property. The person that stated in 2019 that we should be comparing that lot with a commercial building that is 5 stories high and goes to every single lot line was the absolute most ridiculous person on earth. No commercial resident or retail building looks like that. That's not how a retail building functions. Think about every retail building we have in this community. If you look all down the Grange Road, what's on the backside of every retail building? It's an alley, and it's a storage room because they need to get trucks in, they need to put storage in it. A commercial building can be on the lot lines because it's less offensive and it has a million more ways to be polite to the neighborhood. A residential, and you can see in this picture, this is my backyard. My backyard with this commercial building and no setback is one of the best neighbors I've ever had. That is an 18-foot tall solid brick wall that beautifully screens the entirety of the rest of that building. It is the best neighbor I've ever had. I'm sure any of you who's ever had a neighbor problem would love to have an 18-foot solid brick wall between you and them. It works because they don't need windows. They don't have balconies. When you look at this building, it's one of the most respectful buildings you can have. Yes, the front is 3 stories, but it steps down to 2 stories at that little residential part and 1 story before it gets to my house to be respectful of the neighbors. If you look back off the street...
Sir, I really have to interject again. You're proposing something very specific.
But it's because the process failed me in those situations that didn't get accounted for that I have to do this. And I apologize. And I understand it's extra, but it is the background for what I'm attempting to do. We're going for it. We're good. We're good.
What do you mean we're good? What does that mean?
We're going forward.
You are or we are?
I am.
Sir, you're asking us to vote on this specific...
We're into it right now.
You're talking about 112 again. And I understand that, and I understand that has been a problem. But you started this meeting, the first slide is...
I understand.
Meeting 112 again. You're talking about what you have.
We're on to the actual text.
When you submit this to the village, we all expect to be talking about this.
I understand. Like I said, this is taking what the village has done in the comprehensive plan and putting it in the zoning code. I did attempt to look for any Chicago suburb with a precedent. There is one village in the state of Illinois that does not allow planned developments next to single-family homes. It happens to be Wayne, Illinois, and they only have single-family homes and they don't allow planned developments, so it doesn't quite apply. When I communicated with a lot of these people told me, why they don't have the problems we have, and some of the attitudes like from Minooka was, in general, zoning is meant to reduce any negative impacts on neighboring properties. That's why setback screening, landscaping, fencing, light restrictions, noise restrictions, and emissions are required. Park Forest told me most suburbs handle these situations by using transition standards like bigger setbacks, height limits, landscaping, and other review steps to make sure different uses fit together. Western Springs, our neighbor, said there are buffering and landscaping requirements that can be triggered with a planned development. Further, our code has requirements related to minimum land area for planned development, use restrictions, and certain lot sizes and densities. Where I'm getting all of C is from page 33 of the comprehensive plan. This specific slide is talking about a 4-story by right development, and at the bottom of it, it's talking about where the locations are correct for it. And there's 3 provisions that are highlighted on the left there, and they are distance from smaller residential dwellings. They're applying design and architectural elements such as stepping back upper building floors to mitigate possible impacts on smaller residential buildings. And there's an ability to apply a buffer or screening from existing single-family residents. And so this is the provision I'd like to take out of the comprehensive plan and make into law. And what I've been told is that this doesn't apply to planned developments because this is 4 stories by right, but a planned development is a 4 to 5 story building. My personal opinion is, the village's view on 4-story buildings probably carries forward to 4 and 5 story buildings, but we're here to verify that as well. Basically, that first provision is the distance from smaller residential dwellings. And so it is asking for a specific distance from a 4-story building property to a single-family residence. The provision you're looking at asks for that distance to be anything greater than 0 feet. So I've set the bar on the ground. I haven't asked for 100, I haven't asked for a bunch. I've asked for 0. As long as it doesn't share a lot line, it's okay. And so I'm not asking for anything more than what the comprehensive plan describes. I'm pulling it from a 4-story building and I'm trying to extrapolate to 4 or 5 stories. As they talked about...
Hold on, wait a second. So the verbiage I have here, around C, you have that with you, I'm sure.
I don't have, I'd have to dig through mine.
Well, I think it says, allow planned development with no more than 3 stories or 45 feet in height directly adjoining property at the time of submitting a planned development application, single-family dwelling.
Basically, this is picking out the sites for 4-story buildings, and it's saying not near small residences. And so basically, I'm saying you can't ask for your planned development to be 4 or 5 stories to say it's consistent with not being near 4-story buildings. And so it's just the opposite of, I'm saying you can't do it more than 3 to stop the 4 and 5-story buildings, just like that slide is asking 4-story buildings not to be near smaller residences.
So this is only applying when there's a single-family dwelling next to a building?
Correct. I am basically, the language in the comprehensive plan is smaller residential dwelling. Obviously, a single-family home is going to be smaller than a planned development. That is a negotiation. They brought up that it is unfair to other people. By all means, am I willing to extend that to wherever you want to go? I think duplexes or 2 units would definitely be acceptable. My understanding for the zoning code, though, is I'm R7 myself, and I can only be a duplex. So I think to be anything bigger than 2, you'd have to be R8 as well. And so to keep R8 buildings away from R8 buildings would kind of be not right, but it does say smaller residences. Technically, the 9-unit building next to something like Burlington is a smaller residence. So I mean, if somebody wanted to codify smaller residence, that there would be an argument to do that. Me personally, I came from the perspective of asking for as low of a bar as possible to be as likely as to actually pass through. And so I am 100% behind raising that to whatever size you would like, 2, 3, 8, 12, whatever you'd like. But my request is what my request is. Like I say, my goal was to actually get a code provision passed. So I went, like I say, that's why I went with 0 feet and didn't throw out a number like 50 or any of those kind of things.
Do you mind if can we start debating?
Let me say, I don't think I have much. The adjacent adjoining, they've covered it. Just so everyone's clear, the adjoining lots have to share a lot line. Adjacent lots can either share a lot line or be across an alley. And so this wouldn't affect anything across the street or an alleyway or anything like that. It would only be things that share a lot line. I think I've got basically, the history of the zoning code is that in the 1920s, there were lots of large buildings, particularly multifamily buildings, that were encroaching into the single-family areas. And one of those made its way up to the Supreme Court. And what happened was the Supreme Court came down and ruled that the municipality does have a responsibility not to let whatever's get built next door, degrade your value. And so that's what actually set off the zoning code in America, was that requirement. And so the base of the zoning code in America is keeping larger, particularly multifamily residences, away from single-family residences so they don't affect them. So it's all over our code. It's anywhere and everywhere. The actual Supreme Court ruling was rather dramatic. The most quotable line was something of the nature that, these larger buildings are taking air and light away from our growing children. And so it was very, very individualistic rights, and that's how the zoning code came down. It's not a collective, better for the most people. It's very, very individualistic about not affecting what you do. That's why we have such generous setbacks in that R8 zoning of our zoning code. That's why it is 29 feet 7 inches, is because of the history of it. And whether you believe in the 29 feet 7, whether you think that's too generous or not, that is what our code requires.
Can I stop you for a second? I'd like to get information from the staff. At this point, just for everyone involved, can we define what a planned development is supposed to do and what it's used for here in the Grange generally?
Can I exit out of your presentation?
Yeah.
Thank you. So this takes from section 14-502. It's the purpose statement for planned developments. I touched on it earlier. So planned developments seek to encourage flexibility. So through that purpose, there is the authority to relax or modify regulations. They seek to create an appreciable, more desirable environment than would be possible through strict application of the code. You can touch on compensating amenities there. Would be possible through promote creative architectural and site design, promote quality, useful open space and recreational opportunities, promote environmentally sound practices, facilitate development in harmony with the comprehensive plan, and promote public health, safety, and welfare. So in the zoning code, it recognizes that sometimes the strict application of the zoning code does hurt more than it helps. And that's why there's the ability to go through a public process and ask for modifications in exchange for compensating amenities.
So, per code, we can do whatever we want with that. If needed, if we voted on it passed.
So, there is currently no limit on the authority to modify setbacks through plan development.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, but I'll add, I mean, the modifications of the plan development as a whole have to meet the standards in our code for plan developments and special uses. So we do have standards, but it's not, there may not be a limitation on the ability to ask for setback relief, but you still have to demonstrate that qualified.
Mind if I continue with asking? Okay. So what we have here is two very separate things. This is a very specific amendment, and a very specific amendment to plan development that is generally meant to be liberal. So what I'm looking at you guys for is to see what are your concerns, your questions. Personally, we do have the plan development because we want flexibility. And I have a little trouble, no matter what numbers you put down, of creating a limitation for developers that aren't reasonable and don't live up to the standards. Hear from the commissioners and their point of view.
Did we touch on in C about the fact that we've nominated single-family detached, but multifamily can also be adjacent? That may be impacted in the same way or at the time of submitting. I just wondered if that was specifically excluded or not appropriate for this particular point. I don't understand.
I just simply elected to make it single-family homes to put the bar as low as possible. I'm willing to raise it to whatever you would like, but to me, the single-family home is the lowest bar, and that's where I chose to start. And that's me. We can also let the public comment and provide their own opinion, but that's what I did. Again, is an attempt to actually make this work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I sort of agree with you that I think the flexibility has served us pretty well, and I actually think, maybe to the applicant's chagrin, but this property kind of serves as a good exhibit for it. It came before us, what was it, 3 years ago? It came to the plan 7 years ago. Oh, God. Jeez. 7 years ago, Plan Commission, thusly debated, went back to the Plan Commission, and it went away, right? Because it didn't meet the flexibility standards that we found were appropriate at the time. We considered all the factors. There's more than one factor to consider. There's many factors. And in that case, they couldn't satisfy. On round 2, the applicant for the plan development took all those into consideration, plus a bunch of additional ones, and worked with people. And I think the process played out well. And so I'm not sure that I feel a particular need to add further restrictions. And the flexibility, I think, has actually served us pretty well. Commissioners?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Schwartz. I think, frankly, adding this amendment into the code effectively removes the option of a planned development next to on any property next to, in this specific, a single-family detached dwelling, which, our code is divided up by zone, so it's R8, R7. So that right there already creates an exception that's not contemplated in the code. And I think too, as we're talking about revising the code in the spirit of our newly passed comprehensive plan, I think this goes against the spirit of that, especially along the railroad tracks where we do recognize that it should be a higher density development. So to do this, it completely removes the option of a planned development. And then then it takes it back to what would this property be used for, specifically speaking to the 112 Burlington, it's zone C1, so you could put a commercial building there, which I know you like the brick wall, but the commercial building could be a restaurant with windows, where everybody sits.
Why would they
and
look in our
over your-
direction?
Over your backyard. So
Why would they look in our direction? What would their advantage be? That's
I'm just saying what could
form
be
and
there.
function.
What could be
Form and
developed
function
there.
dictates that
So
it,
I think,
that it wouldn't.
I'm sorry,
be.
I listened to you speak. I'd appreciate it if you would listen to me. So my concern would be that now we're back to where at C1 we haven't had any interest on a commercial basis, and if we were, it definitely wouldn't follow this request of having a 30-foot wide landscape buffer, because a commercial building could go up to all the lot lines. So I'm a little I'm hesitant to add this in because it removes the flexibility of the whole purpose of a planned development.
Thank you. Is anyone, any of the commissioners really interested in putting this type of limitation on? At this point, I guess I'd like to hear other audience members, if anyone has any comments.
Can I actually talk?
How would you like to finish?
Can I actually talk the exceptions real quick?
Sure.
As much as it sounds like it's absolutely ridiculous, it's really not. That exception, I didn't have to write the exception. I wrote the exception of that 40-foot buffer into 2 rows of trees as the option to leave any possible property that still could do a planned development. If you had a larger plot of land, if you owned half a block, you could still, do it. And, basically, going through the past planned developments, uptown Grange is nowhere close to any, residential home, wouldn't have affected it at all. 1 North Beacon, the same. It's nowhere close to any residents. This provision wouldn't have had anything to do with it. Same thing with 14 South Ashland, wouldn't have had anything to do with it. 811 Hillgrove, the residences are on the other side of the public alley, so it would have had absolutely no effect on that development. For here, this is 420 and 410 West Burlington. The green area is a 30-foot buffer. To actually make that 40-foot that I'm asking for and take the exception would be to move just the building in red 10 feet, and it's something like 5% of the building area that would be changed. And so, basically looking at this, this is 410 or 412 Burlington. Where I took the idea from was this picture. If you see on the left, next to the single-family house, is the deciduous tree, and on the right is that evergreen tree. If you had 10 more feet and you had 2 rows of that would be the most beautiful buffer you could ever have. And to lose 10 foot of that building, take 5% of the land area away from that building would not have crippled this project, but it would have been very respectful to that single-family home. Again, 40 South Ashland is its own mess, but even if it did, it would only be 10% less building. It wouldn't have crippled the building. So the exception is there for a reason, so that people still can do this, and it's really not as crippling as it might look on the face of it. That 40-foot buffer with 2 rows of trees, of their 5 examples in the staff report, 3 of them would have qualified. All we had to do was add some grass and trees instead of whatever's there. And so it may have lost some parking or done something that mattered, but it really actually wouldn't have been that difficult. And so, and the reduction of buildings are there. It's 9% for 40 South Ashland, and it's 5% to meet that 40% buffer. We're not tearing these buildings down. We're not killing the actual development. It really isn't as anti-developer as it might seem on the face of it. It really wouldn't have affected all that many projects in all that many dramatic ways. In the sense of negotiation, and you have that in front of you, I'm willing to talk 30-foot buffer on 1 row of evergreen trees. 80% of their examples would have met that. The only one being our friend 40 South Ashland. And so it really wouldn't have had an effect on any of our planned developments. It really actually would have just been actually nicer to the neighbor and taken whatever was between those buildings and made it landscaping. And so it really isn't that anti the developer. It really isn't going to absolutely change things. It's really not going to take things away from that developer. It's actually, we can have full setbacks, we can have respect for it, and still have developments. This wouldn't cripple our last sets of development. So as long as we are being respectful to neighbors as we've been in the past, it's really not annihilating anything. I understand it looks like it might be, but those are their examples. I didn't even pick them. I didn't contrive them. Those are their 5 examples, and I'm willing to negotiate down to that 30-foot written buffer and 1 row of evergreen trees, and 80% of the last projects would have been completely unaffected. And like we say,
what we have at this point, rather than negotiating bigger, smaller, or whatever, I think you may have seen from the commission's tone that we're really not interested in taking and limiting the planned developments. There's some of these ideas, maybe great ideas, for a builder to abide by, but change what a whole planned development is. I'm not sure if that's what's interesting to anyone tonight.
but it's not changing what a planned developer is. It's adding respect to the existing neighbors. And I thank you for clarifying that this village is all about developers and what the developers are for, and nothing about the residents. And I guess that's the message that I need to take. And please understand that's the message you're sending to us, and that's fine. That's your decision. But we're the residents of this village. Most of us live in single-family homes, and most of us don't want to be invaded by this stuff. And we can exist in high density and full setbacks. They're not mutually exclusive. I asked for 40 feet, and 60% of the projects would have been unaffected. Like, that was a huge ask. I actually meant for that to be on the ridiculous side. I meant for that to be something that no one in their right mind can complain about. We had it at most of these developments. So in the past, people have cared, and developers haven't been aggressive to it. And so I'm not trying to take away a developer's potential, but when you're talking about 5% of a building to be able to give a neighbor in a tiny, small residential property actual privacy and actual trees and actual landscaping, I don't understand why these two things can't exist. They can have their flexibility, they can have their thing, but can we have some privacy too? Can we have some respect as well? And I think we need to turn back to some of these older ones that naturally respected the neighbors and not approve these not respectful ones. And so I am not trying to take away what a developer is, and I don't like the connotation that we care more about the developer than the people. And I guess that's the village I live in, and I need to learn to live with that. But I don't feel like that's a great message. I don't feel like that's the direction that this
We're still
village
working
should go.
on
I understand.
I think I'd like to invite anyone from the audience who has comments on this particular. Sir?
Kurt Volkman, 725 Bell Avenue. Adopting provisions B, C, and D would make LaGrange code some of the most restrictive in the United States. I work across the United States. We've heard 2 hours of grievance about 112 Burlington. That's what we've heard tonight. And I get it. It was a terrible experience for you. But the process actually worked. It went before zoning. It went before plan commission. The public can come to these meetings. We don't need to have separate neighborhood meetings. Yes, it's a nice to have. It's not a need to have. It's better to be here and documented. That's what other municipalities do. We're going to basically tell ourselves that the comprehensive plan that we spent all this time creating, and the big goal of that comprehensive plan is to benefit the lives of the 16,000 residents that live in LaGrange, not the 20 that are aggrieved right now because they didn't like their experience. That even though the process worked and everybody had a right to comment, the process worked. And we're sitting here fighting and listening to this, and it's insulting the staff and it's insulting the attorney. This is uncalled for. These are highly restrictive things because he's aggrieved. And I get it, but he's also naive. This is not how this works. We built the comprehensive plan and added density for the main goal of adding property tax base, adding sewer fee base, so that we can improve stormwater. That's a big requirement here. And after last Thursday, I would think that would be prescient on everybody's mind. Yet we want to limit development to the point where we can't actually achieve our comprehensive plan with B, C, and D. So I urge you not to codify any of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Pluto speaking again. I think our big point here is keeping 4-story buildings away from residential buildings, and I can understand that. Who up there would like to have a 5-story building come right next door to their house? Anybody? You want to raise your hand? I can understand where Mr. Robinson's coming from. He's only one person, but it shouldn't happen to one person even. I'm going to give you the example of what's coming up. We're doing our redevelopment plan of Grange Road from Plainfield to 47th Street. And there's a little section of commercial property there from the American Legion from 52nd Street to 51st Street to 53rd Street. And I know that the village wants to redevelop that American Legion property. And you got the little orthodontics office next door. Beautiful spot for another 40 or 50 unit building, 5 stories high. What about the people that live on Madison Avenue that are going to be backed up to this? How do we go from single family to 5 stories on the west side of you, and now you don't see the sun until after 12 o'clock? Or if you live on the other side, all of a sudden you don't see the treetops and the sun going down, you see a big building there. Maybe, we want to redevelop, but maybe we don't want to overdevelop. Some of these properties aren't set for the wide open spaces like Beacon Place there. That's a good place for a building like that. I'm not going to deny that. I don't want to say that we can't develop, but we have to make it fit. And some of these projects aren't fitting. And that's where you people make the call. You are the ones that are governing how the rest of this village is going to go for many, many years. And this redevelopment project that we went to 6th Avenue School and saw, when I asked Charity about it, I said, well, what's the plan? Oh, there is no plan. There's a plan. You people know what you want to do already. The problem is we get it shoved down our throat at the end, and then nobody can say anything. This needs to protect these people that live on Madison Avenue. That's what this is designed to do. It wasn't there when they moved there. And now all of a sudden they're going to have to swallow it. Same thing with any of the development from 47th Street to 49th Street on the east side of LaGrange Road. Maybe some of those people aren't going to want a 5-story building there. But you people are dead set on giving multifamily homes 5 stories high. It's not a fit for every place in this village. And I really wish that you people would really think about what you're doing when you're doing this.
Thank you.
Kirsten Robinson. I understand the need for a subjective way of trying to progressively develop the village. However, there's no compromise. It's either, we go for all or nothing. And when we were looking at what happened to my family, we were told it's not as bad as last time. So our bar is set at, we're just okay with it being not as bad. Being subjective would be okay if you actually made the developer also compromise. But when you err on their side and let them dictate everything, you're taking away from the residents. Small changes, compromises would be great, but that's not what happens. So this kind of provision would protect the people who already live here, the actual residents. I don't know, at what point it's acceptable to completely violate a resident, what you're comfortable with violating. but when it's so egregious, it just makes, it doesn't make sense why there's not more compromise. You know, there can be a middle ground, and we're not seeing that. So something like this is why my husband is proposing it, you know, to have that middle ground, to have something so that residents aren't just stuck with whatever you decide is not as bad.
Thank you. Okay, continue on. We thank commissioners at this point in time. We have final two requests. They are similar in nature. Really the question is, are we trying to change the plan development specifics, or are we happy with plan development features as it is?
I say we vote on this one.
Steve? Okay. Is there any other discussion about we vote on this? I think we definitely need a motion on this one. If someone says,
So,
I think Ben would like to say something.
yeah, so just a couple things. So we have these different amendments that have been proposed. We talked about some already. We haven't voted on them either. So we can do this in a couple ways. If you would like to vote on one of them now, we can.
Okay.
We still need, because the other ones are still open, we will need some sort of vote, recommendation for approval, denial, whether it's to continue those items, if you want to see them come back or whatnot. We got to figure that out. I don't know if you want to wait to the end and then we'll go through each one and make a vote, or if you want to vote on this now, that's your prerogative.
I think I would care to, the first two are very similar, and we were trying to continue it with staff rewriting some of the provisions, make it more clear. That's what I would say for the first two. Is that a votable thing?
Yep.
So in order to continue without renoticing, the motion to continue would be to continue to the February 10th meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner O'Connor. Sorry again. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the first two have been continued to February 2nd.
Sorry, 10th.
Thank you. Okay, now the point is to take the next two one at a time. Commissioner O'Connor said he would like to vote on that. I think you're a specific motion.
Can I ask you to vote on C, and that's fine. I'll 5 minutes on D just so I've said my piece, and then vote on D. Is that acceptable?
That's reasonable. Commissioner O'Connor. But you have to revote, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
C is fine.
okay.
So I recommend that, I move that we recommend.
Is there a second? Second. Been moved and seconded that we deny the third C provision. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Denied. C. Now please go ahead.
I would actually recommend a roll call vote on that.
Okay. All right. Peggy, can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
No.
No.
Point of clarification. So a yes vote is to recommend to deny.
You know, it's almost.
I know, it's the reverse. It gets confusing.
Yes.
George?
Aye.
Regan? Aye. Hockenberg?
Aye.
Mosier?
Aye.
Wentink?
Aye.
And Pace?
Aye. Folks, denied. C.
7-0. Motion passes. So the recommendation to deny item C.
Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead with D.
Basically, D is to go back to the way we have been doing plan developments formally and not violate setbacks or any other modification in the direction of single-family homes. Obviously, there is no interest in protecting single-family homes. I don't know why. I don't understand why developers are allowed to it. We haven't done it in the past. I don't understand why we continue to do it now and why that's our path forward. This was supposed to be a simple provision to simply just prevent someone that can't defend themselves, isn't given enough time, and doesn't have the resources to defend themselves from someone modifying the code toward their home. They don't get a fair shake. They don't get anything, and it just happens to them because this isn't a fair and reasonable process. And I was hoping to stop that from happening to the next person in the shoes. And so I will politely leave it at that and ask to answer any of your questions and let public comment happen.
Okay, commissioners, questions, comments?
My concern with regard to is it 4D, is that the reflection of needing to evaluate adverse impacts is already provided for in the code. And it's even more comprehensive than that for land development. So it may be somewhat redundant and complicating. Say it again.
So it's actually not redundant, it's more restrictive. So in the special use standards, we talk about no undue adverse impact. This does not have the word undue. So I just want to make sure we point that out, that it's a slightly different standard than what we have. It may encompass some of the same things, but it's a different measure.
Understood. Thank you.
From a legal perspective, it gives me great pause because that's about the standards we're supposed to review in the totality of our review of plan development. This would be an absolute prohibition against any modification or approval of plan development to the extent that would adversely affect a directly adjoining single-family home. I do think, and I understand, and I think we're all appreciative of the applicants, the difficulty the applicant has gone through, the hardship that the applicant has suffered. I personally think that the village is not as extreme and one-sided towards developers and no consideration towards single-family residents. I certainly don't feel that I exhibit that, but I don't want to, diminish the applicant's feelings or appreciation for how the applicant and what they've gone through. That being said, just from the pure legal language of this would open us up to legal claims. If we ever approved anything and any adjoining single-family resident felt that we approved something and it adversely affected them, they would turn around and just immediately sue the city. And I just think that it changes it from it's a consideration as part of the totality of plan development to now we can't ever do it. And then you just have to define, what does that mean? What does it mean to adverse effect? I don't know, there's a lot of commercially reasonable, or there's all these questions about that. So to me, it's not that I think we're 100% pro-developer and completely anti-multifamily or single-family home. To me, this is just about the ramifications of this would be very probable. That's why I can't get comfortable with a provision like this. I think we always have to take into account the adverse impact on adjoining single-family properties, and I understand the applicant feels like that wasn't done in his instance, but that being said, this language is just too problematic for what it would mean for any developer that would want to develop anything next to a single-family residence. It might scare every single developer ever approaching that. So,
Richard Schwartz. Yeah, in just technically reading this language, I don't think any planned development in the United States
that's next to an adjoining, single-family detached dwelling could be said to not have any adverse impact in any way. There's always going to be some adverse impact to something. It's more shadow, for 2 hours a day. I mean, it is so restrictive that it just, just really can't work. But all that being said, I'm very appreciative. The thought that went into the proposals and the background, hats off to you for the work and time that you put into this. I certainly welcome the engagement and the thoughtfulness. It forces us to think about land developments, and as they come before us, I think it's healthy to have these discussions and to understand the impact on residents. And so I think this has been a helpful discussion, but I just don't think a code provision like this is workable right now.
Okay, great.
Can I ask one proposal?
Excuse me?
Can I ask one proposal? Any chance it can be suggested or recommended not to do that or not to attempt to do that?
I'm sorry, boss, you guys.
Can I ask if it can be recommended or suggested
Are you
formally?
suggesting rather than a code provision that it's a recommendation to developers that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know it's odd, but that is what I'm asking. Is that a possibility? Is there any way to lean this board a little more towards some single-family residences or smaller residences away? Is there any way to do that? Any way to help?
I guess I'll just stick on point that I think what we have in front of us is what we have in front of us, and we're going to vote on that. Adding a recommendation is, let's see, that's appropriate at this point in time. We'll finish up this.
Public comment? Or are you guys still delivering?
Did we do that? Yeah, public comment on D. Anyone in the audience?
Is there a possibility that that could be amended and brought up at another meeting? This particular concept?
Well, I think you'd have to ask the staff the requirements of bringing things to a public meeting. I'm asking you guys.
If the Plan Commission desires to have some modifications to the proposed language, you can continue it to a future meeting.
I think what we're looking at is probably, as written, we'd be denying motion, denying the...
Yeah, then it would be a dead issue.
Right.
Right. Well, I still think that he's not off base. Some of these residential properties need to be protected. You might not be able to put a 5-story building up in some of these places where you're thinking about putting 5s. You might have to go to a 3-story building. That's fine, but you got to remember, you got a lot of people that live against the stretches of those redevelopment areas, and some of them have just put up $1 million houses. How do you handle that?
I think that's a different case that we have what we have before us, and I think you've heard the commissioner say that what we have...
Well, this is what's in the future, and he's trying to avoid people having trouble with this same problem in the future, a year from now or 2 years from now, when say the American Legion doesn't have all of its membership and they decide to dissolve, and you guys go, okay, let's redevelop that.
What we're looking at now is what we're looking at specifically right here. The future, we're not voting on future right now.
How do we specifically protect the individual residences now?
I think that's a whole different conversation, sir. We are here.
Well, you guys were the ones that made the master plan. Now all of a sudden the master plan becomes a master mess for a lot of people. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I can see the problem. And you people have blinders onto it. It's like, all we care about is putting this 5-story building up and getting all this revenue, but we don't care about the parking, we don't care about the flooding. Let's think about the limits of what we can develop.
Sir,
You asked me for my comments, and I'm throwing them out there,
I understand.
And I just say, I don't think this is a dead issue. I think there should be some protections. about stories next to residential. You guys are going with 5 stories? Maybe.
We understand, sir. And we're
How are we gonna solve the problem?
sir, we deal with one thing at a time, and right now we're dealing with this, sir.
What are we gonna do? What are we're gonna make this dead and then we have no problem, then the problem's gone. Because this is gonna get redeveloped in this South LaGrange corridor. You guys are working on that now. So let's get the answers before we go into this thing, because there were some people that were here that lived right in that area. That's what they came for. They wanted to know. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to live next to a 5-story building if I had been there for 30 or 40 years. I'm a 47-year resident here. How many people have 47 years here? Anybody up at the desk there? You know, so let's think about the people that have been here and protect them too. I can understand wanting to develop it. There's places that need help. All the duplexes on LaGrange Road, those need help. How come we're not working on those? It just, our priorities are big developments, and I think we're just messed up here. So I really think something needs to be done to protect people that are going to back up with big developments. And Mr. Robinson is an off base. Thank you.
Al Foreman, I understand and appreciate that you need to address what's on your plate in front of you. And I also understand that there's just a lot of confusion and agitation. I think, and it's not your responsibility, so maybe it's the staff, whatever, this village needs to get a little bit, I don't know, more of an open arms approach. And there's 16,000 people in the village, but you know, look at how many are here. And it's not because 16,000 people don't care, it's because they have other things to do in their lives. But we all know in the next year, 2 years, whatever, we are going to face all these issues. We can't solve them now, but we can't put our heads in the sand either. So I'm raising my hand to volunteer to anybody who wants to talk or put it on a tickler for 3 months from now and form our own teams or whatever creative approach we need to take. But I think that's the path that we should consider, you know, all due respect. I know you need to do what you need to do, but it's not, you know, to my ears, it's not the message I want to hear that says, this is all we can do, we take one step at a time, and then we'll worry about the next step. So, my spiel. Thank you.
Just really quickly, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Schwartz for what he said about taking this into consideration going forward. That's probably one of the biggest takeaways we wanted to have from this is more consideration. So, you know, if that can be something that shapes a policy, a code going forward, that would be amazing. So I just thank you for saying that. It's very much appreciated.
Commissioners? Thoughts on D? Do I have a motion? I'll make the motion to recommend to deny. Is there a second? Then motion moved and seconded to deny. We'll have a roll call vote for that, please.
Schwartz?
Aye.
Egan? Aye. Hoffenberg?
Aye.
Mosher? Aye. O'Connor?
Aye.
Wentz?
Aye.
And Pace.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you.
Good. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for those in the audience who are interested in following the progress of the first 2 proposed amendments. Those will be back in front of this commission on February 10th, same time, same place.
Okay, for all the audience members here, we do have a second case. We're taking a 5-minute break, so if anyone wants to get in himself or stretch your legs.
If we can have people start rejoining us, people who are left. Okay. We also lost an attorney, so. Okay, I think we've had our break, and I'd like to restart the meeting. So now we're on plan case 287. I guess before staff gives their presentation, I guess I'd like to hear from the applicant just briefly. It's obviously 10 o'clock.
I'm going to be super quick. I'm Greek. I talk really fast.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, no. I totally respect all of you.
All right.
I also see patients at 8 a.m. So.
Okay, one second. Staff makes their presentation first. This is Planning Commission case 287. It's a text amendment allowing uses in the code in conjunction with medical offices on the first floor of the C1 commercial district. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. The second case of the evening is PC case 287 from Dr. Alex, I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name, I believe, Giorgio?
You got it.
Perfect. Text amendment allowing uses in NAICS code 446199, SIC code 5999, in conjunction with medical office on the first floor in the C1 commercial district. So a little bit of background, the applicant has petitioned the village for a text amendment to allow a health-focused retail space with a medical office for an osteopathic doctor is a permitted use on the first floor within the area of the C1 Central Commercial District, C1 CR District. The applicant is the lessee of 110 West Callender and desires to open a business offering retail sales of health-related products as well as services, including IV treatments, hyperbaric chambers, and vitamin injections. A little bit of general information about the project. The 2002 NAICS defines all other health and personal care retailers as establishments primarily engaged in retailing specialized lines of health and personal care merchandise, except drugs, medicines, optical goods, cosmetics, beauty supplies, perfume, and food supplement products. SIC 5999. Miscellaneous retail stores is a permitted use in all commercial zoning districts with the limitation that no district permits auction rooms, fireworks sales, gravestone sales, monument sales, retail ice dealers, retail sale of swimming pools, sales barns, tombstone sales, and stores that sell CBD products, kratom products, and or similar products as the store's principal use of substantial stock and trade. So the applicant's proposed retail sales are already a permitted use within SIC 5999. Within the C1CR, no amendment is required to further permit retail sales of health-related products. So the proposed services the applicant intends to provide in conjunction with retail sales, so the medical office, are currently prohibited by the zoning code at the location referenced in the application. And if you remember this map from our previous meeting, it just kind of highlights the difference between the C1, the C1CR, and all other zoning districts. So the purpose of the C1 Central District, commercial district, is to provide for the development and maintenance of a concentrated, pedestrian-oriented commercial shopping center with special provisions protecting, in the core of that district, the retail environment and street level. Within the C1 district, certain uses are not allowed in any first floor storefront space located in the area bounded by Burlington Avenue, 6th Street, Cossett Avenue, and Ashland Avenue. This area is referred to as the C1CR, within this is the core of the downtown pedestrian-oriented shopping district. Allowable uses in the first floor storefront spaces are regulated to maintain the pedestrian-oriented retail nature of the district. So shown on this table are a variety of uses permitted in the C1CR district, not allowed in the first floor storefront locations. You can see they're broken into multiple different use categories ranging from finance, insurance, and real estate, services, and transportation utility service. They're mainly related by the lack of a retail component. For example, if you're looking at engineering, architectural, and surveying services, you can't walk in there and get surveyor's equipment. You can hire them to do it, but you can't get the equipment. The applicant has noted that the proposed text and business and text amendment is intended to mirror the code provisions for optical goods stores, SIC code 5995. Optical goods stores is the only permitted use in the C1CR that may include a medical professional's office. Optical goods stores are permitted to include an office of an optometrist in the C1 district, subject to the following conditions. The full width of the storefront must be devoted to retail sales to a depth within the store not less than an average of 25 feet, measured from the storefront windows, and the use must not be located within 600 feet of any other optical goods stores with offices of optometrists fronting on the same street. The current code provisions governing optical goods stores have been in place since 2018. At that time, it was found that there was a limited number of optical goods stores that do not at least have one optometrist on site to generate a prescription, and within Illinois, you must have a prescription to buy optical goods. So, as we do with all text amendments, we reviewed how peer and comparison communities regulate these uses, and there is not a lot of commonalities across peer communities. So we wanted to highlight Glen Allen's regulations as being the most similar to LaGrange's current regulations. In their code, for the sake of brevity within the table, we didn't put all the restrictions, but they are allowed in circumstances mainly pertaining, like if it's at the back of the building or it's an interior unit as opposed to a storefront first floor unit. So they do differentiate there, which our code also does. It differentiates between interior units, second floor units, and first floor store units. We also looked at neighboring communities. They generally have less restrictive requirements than the peer communities. So we looked at what might fit in with their downtown districts. Countryside was not included as they do not have a downtown. LaGrange Park's C1 district comprises their commercial stretch along 31st between LaGrange Road and Maple Ave. And then Brookfield has two areas that could arguably be considered their downtown. Their C3 centralized commercial district comprises the area around the 8 Corners portion of their community at the intersection of Grand and Broadway, so around Beach Avenue Barbecue, if you've been there to contextualize it. Whereas their SA1 core mixed-use district is along the railroad near the intersection of Grand and Brookfield Avenue, so that strip heading diagonally towards the track kind of concludes with Irish Times. And for the majority, they do permit these types of uses. Once again, there was not a lot of consistency on how they're classified, so we examined offices, retail stores, and service uses, which is kind of the combination of what these uses are, the proposed uses are. And in the majority of cases we looked at in neighboring communities, they are permitted first floor units in the central business district. When looking at Brookfield, their SA core mixed-use district along the Burlington limits the location of medical, dental, or health practitioner offices to rear of ground story or upper stories only. So somewhat in line, generally in line with our current regulations for medical offices. As discussed previously this evening, text amendments generally are not specific to a property or proposed development. They are a legislative decision within the discretion of the Planning Commission and Village Board, and per the zoning code, they are not dictated by a strict application of a set of standards, but guided by consistency with the zoning code and community need for the proposed amendments. So, staff, in doing research, finds that there's not a consistent regional best practice approach to regulate blended medical and retail uses as proposed by the applicant. LaGrange zoning code currently contains significant limitations on the professional office and service uses in the core of the downtown, and the recent comp plan generally recommends maintaining these restrictions to preserve the pedestrian oriented retail focused of downtown. And we would like to call out that the comp plan recommends revising accessory uses for standards for small businesses. It does so within the context of a recommendation to broaden use categories while carefully curating the uses in the downtown to reinforce its character. Staff finds that the proposed text amendment is not consistent with this guidance, so staff does not recommend approval of the proposed text amendments. Just to lay it out, this is what the proposed text amendment would look like. One potential manner the proposed text amendment might fit in the code currently. The application does not specify whether the proposed text amendment is intended to be applicable only to the C1 CR, where 110 West Callender is located, or the larger C1 district as a whole. And I wanted to show this example because we feel that the application, the proposed text as amended, could really open up the doors to a much broader type of use than initially intended. So if anything, as the text is currently written, anything within that miscellaneous retail sales category, retail stores, but not including the limitations, could have a medical office of an osteopathic doctor attached. So we just wanted to show what it would look like in this context.
What's that? Good deal. Okay, if I can have the applicant, if whoever's going to speak, if anyone's going to speak, we need to be sworn in. Raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Please state your name. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Dr. Alex Giorgio, Village. Nice to meet you all in person, Charity and Kevin. My goal for tonight is to somehow get this resolved to where we fit into the code. I like to, look at myself as quite a bit of a visionary. As we're going to explain through some of these slides, you're going to kind of understand how I even walked into medicine as a, profession. And, this type of business that we're looking to open up here in like downtown LaGrange is something that's very new. So again, major goal for this evening is to just kind of figure out how we can kind of fit into whatever systems you guys are looking to have in place. If you want to click next slide. So quickly how it all started. I come from a big old Greek family. We're 3 boys, 3 girls. My oldest sister at 12 years old, I was 12. She got diagnosed at 17 with MS out of the blue, no family histories, nothing whatsoever. My parents are pretty well off, took her to Mayo Clinic, took her to the top neurologist in Greece. The only thing they could correlate to her case was copper toxicity. So you say, well, how does a young girl who lives a relatively healthy life, right? My mom's a stay-at-home mom, Mediterranean diet, lifestyle, all that fun jazz. Copper toxicity. So what they found was a lot of our pipes have copper, and a lot of common feminine beauty products such as makeup, foundations, things like that were one of the leading causes to bring on an autoimmune disease for my sister, right? Your skin's your biggest organ, everything leached into the system. So what this kind of started before everything got super trendy and fun to, eat grass-fed, organic everything and kind of try to live a low toxic burden lifestyle, right? This was all, way back 20 plus years ago now. So my family's kind of been leading this lifestyle out of necessity, not so much as a trend, right? Because we saw my sister who, was given the, bill of prognosis of saying, hey, by 30 you're going to be in a wheelchair and you're never going to bear children. She is currently 37, she's got 4 kids, and kind of breaking the mold in many different ways because of all of the nutrition, low toxic lifestyle. She actually is on 0 medications for her MS. She never did anything other than steroids and had negative reactions to all of that, which kind of proposed my parents to kind of find functional medicine practitioners, which is what I am. Those who do alternative medicine to kind of find out why these chronic illnesses are coming back and what do we do with it, right? We're not just throwing a medication to kind of mask symptoms. So through extensive, blood work, diet lifestyle changes, nutritional supplementation, my sister actually accounts a lot of her recovery and staying in remission with her MS to IV therapy and hyperbaric oxygen, which is why I'm certified in both therapies, because I have such a close home connection to it, and it's done so much wonderful things for not only my sister, but all my patients that I have been treating in my own clinical practice for the past 6 years. We can click to the next slide. So that's about that kind of how I got into this. Now, my goal is, so I actually, lived in many different places around here in Grange. I love this community. I have a lot of friends. I still currently play in tennis leagues around the area with a lot of friends. Our goal is to bring this market, right? We have this awesome space that's centrally located. We got a lot of foot traffic. So we are trying to marry the two styles here, where we're going to have 75% retail, okay, and then obviously have some medical services. Even though they are medical, these are not medically necessary, right? These are more concierge services, so people elect to do them on their own, right? We're not forcing anybody to do it. So my goal for this market is to help people have a bunch of toxic, low burden, products that they have for the everyday, right? How many people are reading labels and getting nowhere, and having to get an app to try to scan this QR code to say, is this product going to give endocrine disruption to my young daughter who is just starting to menstruate, right? All these different things that kind of, really alter our physical health. I have some community statistics there. Currently in the U.S., 1 in 6 adults have diabetes, and 1 in 3 are pre-diabetic, and you will not believe how many of them are under the age of 25. 1 in 5 deaths currently are due to cardiovascular disease, and someone in this country has a heart attack every 40 seconds, right? So if we can kind of control blood pressure, control blood sugar levels, a lot of heart disease goes away. 40.3% of adults in the U.S. are obese, and 21% of that is our youth, right? So again, the whole community outreach is to give people the goals and have attainable resources to lead a healthy lifestyle. Fertility rates, going back to a lot of these endocrine disruptors, right? People used to worry so hard about not getting pregnant, and the issue we're having nowadays is getting pregnant, okay? The other thing, cancer is the second leading cause of death. Cardiovascular disease is number 1. A lot of the times, cancer is caused by many different avenues. However, having a toxic system, whether that's from microplastics, from, secondhand smoke exposures, toxic, environmental exposures, things like that, heavy metals, they just kind of further the disease process. So this whole, our mission for the market and the retail is to be we're going to have all these things under one house where people can kind of get everyday products and lead a healthier lifestyle. If we can click one more page. So, business breakdown. We're trying to have 75% of all the square footage to be dedicated strictly to retail. Whatever you're going to see from the street is going to be fully retail. If with the medical services, those are going to be tucked away in the back corner. Majority of the revenue is expected to come from this, right? Obviously, majority of the space is that. Now, I know for your current codes and all the amendments in place, right? The closest thing to us is that optometrist, a couple doors down. So the one difference between us and them, going back to a lot of people, just regular patrons of Grange that will kind of want an IV or a B12 shot or a vitamin D injection, right? These aren't medically necessary systems, nor are our retail sales dependent on a prescription, right? I subscribe to optical medicine, right? You need a prescription to go buy your glasses, right? Our products, Joe Schmo walking off the street can go, right? And in that, right, we have that huge parking lot, all those other businesses. How many of Club Pilates and all the other kind of Orange Theory that are all kind of right there. The synergies in that C1 district are huge, okay? Next slide, please. So here's just kind of groups of inventory classes. We're looking to have some shelf stable food. So flour, olive oil, honey, loose leaf tea, clean processed goods, because we're all busy Americans, and we do need some things to have on the go. You won't believe how many of us drink coffee in here, right? Do you know about 90% of the coffee beans that we grind have mycotoxins, which is mold toxicity in them, So it's very, very important, right? The little things we do every single day habitually just kind of add on. Then you'll kind of see a bunch of clean beauty products, which is makeup and all that fun stuff. Home products, right? So think about how many times you wash your hands, your dishes, the detergent on your clothes, right? We wear all our clothes all day long. We're absorbing all those chemicals that are on us. And then obviously some nutritional supplements as well. Next slide, please. So, and then just kind of some of the services, again, honing in on them being more elective, more concierge, just like, promoting that like health forward community. As a community, as a society as a whole, right, our country is not, it's unfortunately not getting healthier. However, so many people are definitely more inclined to be proactive of their health and be more preventative instead of reactive. Next slide, please. So kind of touching back on all that fun stuff. Our main goal is having this like market that's going to be able to make everyday, products, cleaning products, food products, accessible to everybody in LaGrange. I know it's something that's super new. I do kind of get all my certifications on all the coasts, and of all the things that I've kind of seen firsthand, this is how this kind of was like built and brought to fruition. And I know we have some things to do, some work with the code, and we're just looking to work it out with you guys. And that's my spiel, because I know you guys have been here all day.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else? Fine. Not yet, not public comment. Okay, okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, wait, before you go anywhere, ask the commissioners to see if they have questions, if there are. Well, I'm going to start. I wish you would have maybe brought examples of a current similar place. I'm struggling with pictures of like what look like a market, vegetable market basically. Yeah, that. I see that, and then I see the other thing with people taking IVs and getting shots.
Sure. So actually, if you want to Google, it's called Urban Market, HERBAN Market. It's out in Franklin, Tennessee, which is another area I do business in. What they do is they have like a huge market and then like a food component. Obviously, me being, more of like a medical, personnel. I see in my like patients, a lot of people just want to have like free access to just kind of get those services without needing to like go to a doctor, right? How many people who are like, oh, I'm dehydrated, I just want to get some IV hydration. Oh, I just want some IV nutrition, I'm under the weather. Things like that. So being not medically necessary, like, right, it's not like we're treating hypertension and people are required to be on a certain medication. These are all just kind of like, imagine having like a wellness house under one roof where you can buy products and take home and lead a healthy lifestyle. That's kind of the goal.
I get the healthy lifestyle food part. Run through the other procedures that you do.
Like as far as like for this business?
For take IV for whatever. I have no idea. What other procedures you do with, not selling stuff, but in the back, like that one. What's the chamber?
So hyperbaric oxygen therapy, it's one of our number one like tools of recovery. It basically diffuses oxygen under pressure. So a lot of like athletes will use this for kind of like athletic performance. It helps your body with like aches and pains. It's very anti-inflammatory. A lot of people just kind of use this as just like an overall wellness tool, as it's like very big in like the biohacking longevity space. So what this does is it actually like extends your telomerase enzymes, which basically is like on your genetic code of your DNA, like tells you how old you are. So it's also like an anti-aging therapy. But again, these are all just kind of like more concierge. Now you can treat certain, conditions with them, like a lot of like diabetic ulcers improve with them, Alzheimer's, like cognitive function improves, things like that. There's a lot of research behind it. But 9 out of 10 times, a lot of people are just looking to optimize their performance. And then obviously with like B12 shots, vitamin D injections, IV nutrient cocktails, like there's no like medicine in them. Like nutrition is vitamins C, B12, B complex. You get magnesium in your bags, a little bit of calcium. That's typically what normal cocktails are made of. Just those simple vitamins and minerals.
Yeah, I need a lot of education. Is there more questions? Sure, please.
I have a problem with the marketplace. That seems very good. But the services, have you considered having that maybe upstairs? Is there an upstairs? And
to my knowledge, the upstairs is already kind of its own, like it's already a business.
Yeah, that would be, in my mind, the perfect solution is, the retail component done downstairs and the services upstairs.
Sure. Now, kind of the way we've like thought of like designing the spaces, they're literally like tucked in the very back corner. So like from the window front, like storefront, you won't actually see past any of our shelves. And again, it's more so for the like patrons who do shop at the market. If you do elect to do those services, they're an option to you.
And then the marketplace, no CBD, no THC.
Not a fan of that stuff.
Is there, do you provide any services that require the use of drugs which normally require a prescription from a doctor?
Nope, just vitamins and minerals.
In essence, the same injections can be provided by individuals to themselves.
Correct, yeah. So like some of my patients who, when they go on like trips, they'll literally like be like, hey, give me like 3 B12 shots to go. Even with like virtual medicine, we can even like drop ship them directly from, the office.
So the services you provide are not necessarily requiring a medical license.
Not necessarily. Like all you need is like a nurse typically to like administer them if we're going to like be doing it in house. But like you could do this at home outside of an IV. Like you can even own a hyperbaric chamber in your home. I have one in mine, and so do my parents, and they're not doctors.
So can you elaborate a little bit about who would be staffing the store?
So we plan on having like just like an average like store clerk, and then obviously for like those services, like the medical services, you'll have a nurse on staff.
And that would be full-time?
What do you mean full-time?
The nurse would be there full-time, or?
Well, typically in my practice, my nurses aren't even like full-time, just because a lot of like the patient windows, are like people schedules wise. But we'll have like a store clerk there all the time, and then those services will be scheduled.
Okay.
Yeah, there will be like some like walk-in availability, but it's not going to be like the whole day we're looking for that.
Okay.
Yeah, in my current practice, I really don't do like walk-ins and things like that. We're very regimented.
Just a reminder, just in terms of our deliberations and questions, to the extent it provides a good explanation to understand, that's great. But also remember, this is a text amendment proposal, and so to the extent that he chooses to operate your way or set up his shop in a particular way or what you often, the text amendment that others could come in and seek zoning relief to have a use. And they may choose different operational choices. So it's, as you think about it more broadly, text amendment.
But could the text amendment, for instance, take into account, percentage of retail space used and majority of income, from which it's derived, staffing those things?
Good.
Yeah.
I think that's some of what was addressed in the staff memo and some of our concerns in the current framework of the zoning code, that either the text amendment would be so narrowly tailored to this particular business's operations that it really wouldn't be appropriate as a permitted use, right, which is intended to be a broad category that many different businesses would fit within, or would be more broad as a permitted use as is proposed, which could allow for a variety of different business operations, as Attorney Schuster mentioned.
Are there other, given the restriction in this downtown district with this use, are there any other areas that you looked at as a possible solution for this use, just not in the downtown core?
So I've even like explored with like my local realtor, and everywhere we've looked has kind of been first floor, and she's always been like, well, you need the retail. So I haven't, seen anything on like a second floor, you know what I mean? That's why we were kind of going through this process to kind of work through it, because I want to be on a storefront. There is so much retail, and again, it is just like a new business. Even idea, I get it, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to make anyone's life extra difficult, but I think this town is such a health-focused town. It's, I'm born and raised in Orland Park. I moved here 2020. This town is just like way ahead of its time, and, I already do all these operationally in Orland Park, which is like such a backwards thinking town compared to Grange. So I know here, even talking with like all my neighborhood friends, like everyone's like, we're dying for this. We want this. The majority of these people are trying to lead this like healthy lifestyle, but with just no guide, And again, the reason why we are going more like retail focus is, right, as much as I would like to duplicate myself, I can't be in a million places at once. So that's why we want more retail to be like, let's give access to majority of people, because, there's only so many patients I can fit on my schedule. You know what I'm saying? And I already have a nice, healthy, happy practice that I'm okay with.
So what's more important, the patients coming in for whatever procedures or the retail?
The retail. I want like the community to have access to like a healthy lifestyle. Usually I coach my patients with all of these things. This is just kind of being like a general space where they can like walk in and just get everything.
Could you do just the retail?
So the reason why I do want those like IV treatments and the B12 and the vitamin injections, because so many people are looking for this anyway. You know what I mean? Like if you look at like any sort of like growth in sectors wise, like retail spaces currently right now annually are only looking to project like increases in revenue 1 to 3%. The IV wellness, markets in the double digits of expansion. So we're just beating like the wave. Like this stuff's gonna come on every corner. I mean, if you look up, there's a huge franchise called Prime IV. They have over 250 locations like along in the US. If you look them up in Franklin, Tennessee, they have 5 in just one town. So it's gonna be there. So we would like to kind of have it as a tool for all of our patrons to have access to. It kind of goes back to like the attainability, accessibility of all those things.
To be honest, we're all about retail. We want retail on the first floor.
Right.
The other procedures, not so much.
Sure. But we're giving 75% of, the geography of the space. You know what I mean? And the majority of the revenue is going to come from that.
Yeah, but I think for us to take a deeper look at this, we would have had to have more information, more schematics, more layouts of what's happening.
Like in like a space drawing, like from an architectural rendering standpoint?
I think I would like to
Yeah,
interject here.
Well, so I think the discussion though, so it's not so much about what the applicant is going to do in his store, because the question under the code is what one would require him to stick to that, and then more importantly, would be a text amendment that others could come in with a similar idea, but operated so if retailers are concerned, what would stop somebody from saying to 75% retail, they only want 60 or 40 or 20. And so I think again, you're thinking about a text amendment for the proposed use. Whether you think that use is appropriate, when you're talking about the first floor, in the C1 commercial district, wherever that may be. So think about it not about this one applicant's proposed operation. Again, if it helps you understand what the use is in general, that may be very helpful. But you have to think about it is the next applicant that comes in, the one after that, and what this SIC code would allow and what those businesses could look like. As well as the applicants, which a year in might change operations and say, retail isn't working as well. I want to expand or not expand or do this with the other uses. And I'm not advocating one or the other, but think about it holistically as a text amendment.
I guess I'm trying to think about what some of the other kind of service-related businesses in the C1 district that have been around. Like we have like Brazilian waxing, we have Stretch Lab. I'm not sure I see how like a Stretch Lab is. That's and they have minimal retail, and actually nobody goes to those stores for retail. Probably nobody goes to Stretch Lab to buy a thing. They go to Stretch Lab to stretch out, and then maybe buy a thing. But it sounds like this is like a retail destination primarily that also has some services, whereas like Brazilian waxing, you're going there for services. Nobody's really going. I don't know who's going there for like just a product, but so I guess those are the ones I'm more drawing the analogy to, as opposed to medical services. It sounds like these aren't even medical services.
So I guess maybe just to clarify how our code defines medical services, because again, our code is based on the standard industrial classification system. So within that framework, offices of doctors and other healthcare practitioners includes things far beyond a traditional medical doctor. Dietitian, nutritionists, nurse practitioners, nurses, med spas fall within the category of medical, anybody with any kind of medical license, sure, of any kind. Mental health professionals all fall within that category. So although I can understand where it's based on the business plan and the services being offered, feels distinct from a traditional medical office within the framework of the code as it exists today, it's a broad category.
Can I interject, say something real quick? So to your point with like how the code is like currently, like first and foremost, if you like look what defines a med spa is like aesthetic procedures, which we will not be doing. I'm not a big fan of Botox and all the like extra cosmetic things. I kind of like to heal the body from within, not on like the outside going in. And then to your point where it's like that code kind of like takes like all those like medical, you know, operations under one roof. These are like elective services, so insurance won't even cover them. Like patients would have to, or not patients, like patrons who elect to get an IV because it's your choice of your choosing and no one like ordered it for you. You can't even submit that to insurance. So it kind of segregates you from being like a medical business. You know, you can offer a receipt where they can submit to their insurance or use like a flex spending card or things of that nature. But again, it's like the patient's choosing what they would like for their health. So I understand where like the, you know, 1 foot here, 1 foot there type of when it comes to the code.
Right, and I appreciate what distinction you're trying to draw. However, I would just want to clarify from the board's, for the Planning Commission's perspective, that this category does include nutritionists,
sure, no, I get
it, other kinds of medical practitioners that may or may not be covered by insurance or require a prescription to see or take advantage of their services.
Following up on that, are you referring to this code 8031?
801 through 804 is offices and clinics of doctors and medicine, dentists, osteopaths, chiropractors, optometrists, podiatrists, and other healthcare practitioners. That's specifically what's listed in the code currently is prohibited on the first floor storefront locations in the C1 CR. The prohibition extends to traditional doctor's offices, but also includes nutritionists, physical therapists, dietitians, naturopaths, midwives, mental health practitioners, and nurses.
So this proposed text amendment would carve out that osteopath,
carve out
giant
osteopaths specifically.
List of, okay. And then I'm also curious about the storefront that doesn't exceed 30 feet in width. That seems narrow. Are there a lot of those out there? It just seems like this text amendment is specific to one location.
So the not exceed 30 feet in width is from the current optical goods store standards, which the applicant said they'd be willing to abide by. So we just copied and pasted from that.
I see. Okay.
Questions, comments?
We have, rather than dealing with that part of the code, is it all possible, and I know the staff has addressed this issue as being the refuge of potentially scoundrel ideas that I might have, but special use as opposed to a text amendment?
That's certainly an option available to the commission.
And I'll be honest, it's just, while the service retail sounds good, that part of the town is just so valuable in my mind. And we wrote everything about eyeglasses as an exception, obviously for just that one instance, but we specifically negated all the other things. I thought there was a reason for it. So me personally, I wish there'd be another location, outside the core district that would suffice for this. That's my comment.
would you be okay with the marketplace retail level with the services upstairs? If that was permitted?
Yeah, if that was possible, yeah, and I think that's how.
That would be permitted as of right.
That'd be great. Hear what you're thinking?
Don't believe we've taken public comment yet on this
I
item.
think you're right. Public comments? There you go. So someone raise their hand, I'm swearing in.
Randy Valenta, 19 South LaGrange Road, landlord, resident, live in the mixed-use dream. I'm all for this. I'd like to see this. Because while we cited in the staff memo the fact that our comprehensive plan continues to support no medical on first floor or no offices on first floor, we also cite in your memo in the first 3 pages several times where the comprehensive plan emphasizes shopping, 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 shopping. From morning till night, the whole day through. We're not going to get shopping unless we get products. And while the comprehensive plan was written in 2017, a lot's changed over the last 9-10 years in the space of retail and shopping. It's become a lot more difficult. We aren't opening hardware stores or clothing stores. We're even closing a clothing store. So we've got to get a little imaginative on what kind of shopping we put in our downtown core area here. And I would argue that if it takes a couple IV stations or a hyperbaric chamber to help an innovative retailer put his services in our town, Franklin, Tennessee is a pretty nice place to live. And if they can support 5 of these places, you know that's a nice community. Something like this would add to our community, be another reason to keep people here morning, noon, and night, not just come in for a meal and leave. We've got to stretch our thinking a little bit more. I know it's tough to find the right way to write the text amendment or the special use or whatever, but this is where we're going in downtown retail. The standard guys aren't showing up anymore. We've got to rely on the innovation of the new businesses that are coming on board. Actually, not so new business. I put myself in a hyperbaric chamber 10 years ago in South Carolina. If you want to see one of these businesses, and I don't mean to jump too far here, but there's a place called Restore out on Roosevelt Road in, I think that's Oak Brook Terrace. They're in a strip mall kind of place, and you walk in and you walk out, and you feel a lot better. I don't know how many products they have there, but
They're more service-based.
more service-based, yeah. So they're around. They're around. It's happening. And if it doesn't happen here, maybe some of those other communities that seem to have the ability to make some type of exception or write their code in some way to get them in are going to be the ones that pick up on that traffic, which would kind of be a shame because, like our applicant here, I think this business does belong to LaGrange. The 30 feet reference that you were talking about, in my building, I've got 2 units, Fair Game and Love Nails. That's 32 feet across. So each of those are 16 feet for reference purposes. Okay. I fully support somehow trying to get a little bit more innovative retail into our core business district here, our downtown C1, that's going to bring more customers to town, more to the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurt Volkman, 725 Bell Avenue, commission junkie at this point. So, just to provide national context, as an architect who's working in about 7 different states on 8 different projects, all are mixed-use projects. Each one of them is being designed to have either wellness as a service or have some medical office capability to them, whether it be like a visiting nurses clinic, different types of chiropractic or osteopathic medicine, positions within them. So when he's saying that this is an exponential growth, service and that's hitting the nation, it's true. All right, I'm putting them in North Texas, I'm putting them in Kansas City and Leawood and, Lenexa there. These are valuable services that, fill retail. Since 2013, we've seen dramatic drop in retail from the architecture perspective. We're seeing 40% less demand. Well, we have a lot of retail here, right? And it can't all be restaurants and nail shops, right? And we need services that can fit in, and we have to be open to adding services that the rest of the nation is putting in. We can't be restrictive.
Thank you.
Dan Spain, business owner, LaGrange. So I would echo the sentiments of the other two gentlemen. I've done the hyperbaric chamber, I've done the B12, I've done the IV. It makes me feel really good. I think the products and services that are available to me at a lot of the retail stores, like whether it be Mariano's, Jewel, what have you, there's a lot of products out there that are, I just assume, like every other individual, that those products are good for me to use and for my kids to use. That's not the case. I feel like the FDA and a lot of agencies are failing us. And so there's a lot of people, 47, that are the ages, especially that are our target demographic as LaGrange, which is pretty much all ages, but concentrated heavily in the 30s, 40s, 50s, seems to be, and 60s, where everyone of all ages want to make their lifestyle better. And I'm not going to say that it's just, I see it on a daily basis. I hear it on a daily basis. And so, again, to echo the sentiments of, if you guys want to be a leader of welcoming new businesses, you need to adapt the code to allow it as either a special use, have a limitation on, hey, 75% of the total space, 75% of the total revenue, similar to the restaurants that were at 60-40, make the business come back. Hold them accountable. But I think that, just to say, hey, I don't like, I'm not sure, I don't understand this. I mean, I've used it firsthand. And to his testimony, saying that it's in Franklin, Tennessee, and they have 5, and there's the Prime IV, look it up, it's legit. A lot more people want to have the opportunity to walk, and the statistics in the Prime IV, because I studied it, it's 22% more walkability. People aren't going to, people walk by, I can't tell you how many people go to UPS. Walking. So that's what you want. You want retail. There's some other things that you guys and the Village of LaGrange trustees have allowed. The play place, stretch lab, which I think is great. But people are going in and they're going out into those other communities. The play place had no retail that I know of, not that really of any significance. And unfortunately, they had to close their doors. This is something that seems to be really 2026 and beyond in a good way, and something that I really encourage you to figure out how to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. A few things to think about. I guess I'm at the point I still don't know now, I'll be honest. And I don't know if you guys are comfortable or not, but I guess I'm uncomfortable changing anything right here now. I think I'd want to take some time to educate myself before I really go any further. And this is just me. I don't know what everyone else's experience is, but I would propose a continuation, just so at least I can look through it more and know what's going on. Perhaps anyone else can. Yeah, I'd support that. I'd have to study a little bit more the NAICS codes and try to understand a little bit more, but it seems to me that any
village that can have a stretch lab and a play place and a you know, resilient waxing place in the core district should be able to have something like this. And it seems to me like be able to figure out a way to get it in. I don't deny it.
As a point of clarification, if I may, those uses that everyone's referring to require special use permits. They're not permitted uses.
Right, but we've allowed them in.
Correct.
And
I'm
they
just
drive
saying
almost
this-
zero retail.
I'm just saying this proposal is to change the code to allow it as a permitted use.
Yes.
Those others are special use permits.
Right.
Through the special use permit process, you can require a specific site plan as part of the permit. That's separate and distinct from what's proposed today, which is a permitted use.
But I think that's maybe part of the analysis, another, letting people think about that a little bit longer. But I think that, thank you, that was a great presentation. I love this idea.
Sure.
I just need to, like you said, I actually was thinking the exact same thing. I want to look at, again, I'm looking at this purely from the, what does the text code mean about, then what would that mean to any other person or entity that would want to come in now by right, and what are we opening the door for? I think this would be an incredibly successful. I love this idea. Somebody that would then, the door's open, I'm there.
Appreciate that.
It's just, we have to be very protective of this core downtown district. And so I just want to be very careful on what this might open the door for something else. And maybe the answer is it wouldn't. So to me, this is, definitely would like to explore this further, because to me, this is worth exploring, figuring out how we can get this in the right.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
So I know like the service aspect is like a big deal for you guys. I totally respect that. One note, I don't know if I made point. So in all of my, like the medical services at my other office, which even if you look at all these other like IV, you know, franchises and things like that, they're used to like have things out in the open. I am very big on discretion. So none of these services will be out in the open. So like any medical, whatever is going to have its own room. So just keep that in the back of your mind too. Wanted to make that point. Thank you.
So,
Can I ask one question though? So if we do continue this application, and because to me, I'm leaning toward no text amendment, but is there a way that we consider it as a special use? And what is the process in order to do that?
Happy to address that. It would still require a text amendment, especially
Right.
we don't allow medical office as a special use on the first floor in the downtown either.
Right.
So it would need to be renoticed because the notice requirements for a special use permit are different than that for a text amendment.
We would need, I think, the layout as well, because of the specificity.
Yes, as part of a special use permit, you would have a floor plan to review.
And it would run with that operation specifically.
you guys understand? You know, at this point, I guess have someone move to continue this plan case number 287.
So moved. We would need a date.
February 10th is the next date.
Okay.
Would that work?
Is it possible to like not?
The other
for 3
alternative,
hours?
I
Yeah.
suppose, if you want to, you have the option to continue this application to February 10th, or whatever future meeting date you so choose, as long as you set a date, time, and daytime certain. The applicant also could, based on what they're hearing, choose to withdraw their current application and provide a different application for a special use and text amendment.
Question, sorry, I know I talk really loud, but could we, like, instead of being on like the docket, because I know you guys have been here all day and I do not want to extend your time anymore for all of you, could we get like in like 2 weeks, let's say, do like a quick half-hour meeting or something of that nature?
Not with this body.
Well, could we get a meeting in like
With us,
2 weeks?
With staff, we can certainly meet with you. We're happy to schedule something, but the Plan Commission has a set meeting schedule, and we have other village board and commission meetings, and we wouldn't have sufficient time to, even if you gave us a revised site plan or other materials, staff wouldn't be prepared to present something in 2 weeks to the commission.
We wouldn't be able to properly notice So our requirement is at least 15 days in advance, so the earliest we could do.
Well, I guess it depends, honestly. It depends, what is the direction of the commission? Does the commission want to continue this hearing and next month revisit this topic of an amended application for the text amendment with different language, more information about the current proposal, or is the commission desiring to see a different application for a special use permit and text amendment? Those have differing requirements as it relates to those.
Can we hear from the applicant? I'm sensing there's a timing issue.
Well, I would like to, Charity both knows, we've talked, this has been in the talks of like trying to figure it out since, last year, you know what I mean? And I'm a very tenacious individual, if you didn't catch the drift there. I would like to move forward. I want to make all of you happy. I want to make me happy. And I want this to be a beautiful marriage. So being that today, right, just like all of you, I have my 9 to 5, right? So I have a bunch of other things to do. To sit here and sit another potentially 3+ hours and kind of be like, okay, we'll see you next month. I would try, if we can kind of just like get it done sooner. Does that make sense? And I know I'm not trying to ask you to bend everything backwards for me, but I would like to kind of make this pretty swift and as concise and eloquent as possible.
Yeah, there's only so much we could do, really. I got a terrible idea for you. Ready? Everybody, let me ask back first. Excuse me.
Sure.
Okay, so obviously we're queasy about some of the services. We
Sure.
want to educate ourselves about
Sure.
services.
And I'm more than happy if you want to set up a meeting individually with me. I can provide a lot of information for you.
I'm sure, but here's my thought.
Sure.
Take it for what it's worth. What if you open the retail if you're in a hurry? No services yet, then you come to the board and you propose to add the services.
So if we're going to make the investment into a business, right, the build out costs a lot of money, right? Inventory costs a lot of money. So I wouldn't feel comfortable being like, I'm just going to throw a bunch of hundreds of thousands of dollars into a business without, right? You get what I'm saying?
No, I totally understand.
So I'm just, being reasonable. I think, if we can have an architect draw something up, maybe we'll, call him, and get, a 75% plan. Maybe he'll draw it up for me tomorrow. Who knows? I just want to kind of get it going. It's 20.
We all have limitations. You want to get it going, we want to get it going, but we all have time frames.
Right, I get that. I'm just a little more excited, and like I said, it's been in the talks for a while.
Are we moving toward special use here?
Any thoughts on that? I would be happy to move that way if that's the way that it seems most feasible to accomplish this. But I think at least if we can give that direction at this meeting, at least it sets them on the right path so they're not spinning their wheels.
Yeah, I agree.
And so it would be just continuing the meeting, that would be a continuation.
No, it would be a different application because the text amendment as presented is to modify the permitted uses section of the code, not the special uses section of the code. Additionally, for a special use permit, we have to post notice on the property, send notice to all the property owners within 250 feet. So that would need to be noticed. And then the newspaper notice would need to be properly modified to reflect that it's a special use permit and text amendment.
Elongated.
It just, it means that you have to abide by all of those public notice deadlines. So February would be the earliest that it could happen.
It'd still be February.
And that would be if they could have generally complete plans this week.
So one idea that you could have proposed is continue this hearing that date. In the meantime, let the applicant work with staff on figuring out an application if they're going to submit, especially or not. And in the meantime, if they decide to do that, they choose to withdraw this application, they can. Or, we can work on timing because the applicant also has to prepare all the materials, and it might be that they just ask for another continuance or whatever with another date, but at least it keeps this alive while they consider and work with staff on what to do with your comments this evening.
Yeah, let them decide.
That's fine. So it's still alive if we continue it.
Question for Charity. What would be easiest like for your office?
We're here to work with you and support whatever path you want to take. So we can meet later this week.
Sure.
After this meeting, we can talk about your options, and then you can make a choice about how you want to proceed.
Okay, but I'm also here to, like, just how you're working with me, like, work with you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're here to help facilitate the process for everyone involved.
So there's no, like, particular between option A, option B that would be, like, a little less of a workload on you?
The reason that and just to clarify, the reason that staff is not recommending approval of the proposed text amendment is because we don't feel that it's consistent with the guidance of the comprehensive plan, that these revisions to retail to address these trends that have been spoken about by several of the participants this evening, the plan commission or the comprehensive plan recognizes some of those issues and makes recommendations that we revise our use categories. But it makes those recommendations in the context of a comprehensive rewrite and restructuring of the way we define and categorize uses in our commercial districts. We have budgeted for a zoning code rewrite. We feel that particularly as it relates to permitted uses, the comprehensive plan guidance is sound, that should be done in a holistic manner.
I think we need a motion to continue plan case 287. So moved.
It's good. To the February
10th.
February 10th.
Okay, it's been moved to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Continuing plan case 287. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you staying late for me. Thank you.
Okay, any other general discussion from the audience? No? Staff, do we need anything? There you go. Do you have a motion to adjourn? Moved. Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Let's go home.